Oh, yes. Welcome aboard. Time to have a lot of fun here on the program. One of my favorite days of the month because we get to come out here for the Doral Animal Services and we get to hang out with the doggies and the cats, and hopefully we get to see them get new homes. In fact, I just watched two young girls. Their mom brought them to adopt a dog, and they were just so happily walking out with their new dog, which is just fantastic to see when stuff like that is going on. And we're out here at 3599 Northwest 79th Avenue here in Doral, and we'll be out here till 3 o'clock. We got a loaded show for you. Brian Flores' press conference will be at 11:25, so we'll carry that for you, and we'll have our reactions, of course, to his press conference. We got a bunch of things to talk about today. Kobe Price is going to stop by at 12:30. They have a new coach at FAU, Willie Taggart, so we'll get his thoughts on Willie Taggart getting hired. I'll give you my thoughts on FAU hiring Willie Taggart. I find it very interesting. Michael Lee from The Athletic, NBA writer, is going to join us. He will stop by at 1 o'clock. So we'll get his thoughts on I want to get his thoughts on the Heat, too. I want to talk, obviously, several things in the NBA. Kawhi's return to Toronto last night, which is really cool. Fans really handled it in a first-class fashion. And you expect that, right? It's just Canadian people are so nice. They're just decent people overall. You know what I mean? And they handled it the right way because they were grateful. It was a guy that got traded. He didn't ask to go there, but he handled it perfectly. They embraced him. They understood that they pretty much acquired a mercenary, and they just appreciated him. And Under Armour and everything, putting out the billboard, very smart on their part. That was extremely smart. You know why I say that? Because Canada, not just Toronto, but the country of Canada, every time Kawhi took out a new shirt, it sold out. They spent a lot of Under Armour money there in Canada. Smart move by Under Armour. Not so much to just thank them, but to plant the seed moving forward, because if you're not cool with them, then they may remember that and take it out on you. But if you handle it the right way, the next time there is a star there that Under Armour then owns, you will have an opportunity to make a lot more money because you handled things the right way. You know what I'm saying? So it's one of those deals where it was cool last night. A lot of things made sense. A lot of things worked out the right way, and it wasn't a situation where people, got nasty or ugly or anything along those lines, which was really, really cool to see. So we've got that to get to. We'll get to all of that. The Heat are off tonight. Tomorrow they will host the Lakers at the AAA. So actually, it's not the AAA, right? Is it officially still the AAA through this month? I don't even know.
If I venture to guess, it's based on the calendar year. So, yeah, it's probably
Maybe.
Still applicable for
I don't even know.
A couple weeks.
I don't know. I don't even know if that arena is still called the American Airlines Arena. But anyway, they'll play in Miami tomorrow, and then Miami will travel to Dallas on Saturday. That'll be interesting. Cool thing about tonight is that the Panthers play tonight against the Islanders and no Heat. I like it like that. I hate when both are playing the same night, and then my head's on a swivel, and you really can't. It's almost like I find myself recording both and then kind of almost focusing on one, and then I have to go back and completely focus on the other because obviously I do a talk show. So you got to want to keep up with everything going on in with the teams. So tonight I get to focus completely on the Panthers and the Islanders. Not that I'm looking forward to it, I got to say. And let me phrase it the right way. What I mean by that is I'm really nervous about the Panthers right now because they're underachieving. They're in the 9th spot of the playoffs now. They've dropped out of the playoff picture. So they're going back to being the normal Panthers that we've known for 20 years. Names change, you change the goaltender, you change the coach, the results haven't changed. And that's what I'm afraid of. And they have way more talent. And I got to tell you something. Here's where the gloves come off for me on this show with the Panthers. They have gotten the break and the benefit of the doubt because they've earned it to a certain extent. They're young. You're trying to develop them. You didn't have the goaltending. You didn't have the coach. You didn't have the scoring. Well, you've got the scoring now. You've got the goaltender, and you've got the coach. I can't say that I'm ever going to see a great defense from the Panthers, but it still should be good enough to be in the middle of the pack of the Eastern Conference easily. Okay? Like the other night against Tampa Bay. You start off slow, but then Bob is red hot, stopping everything, and you can't score. No, unacceptable. And those days are done with the Panthers of, hey, this is a moral victory, and, oh, what a great effort tonight, and, oh, yeah, you know, they came up short, but they were really trying. Those days are done with me, okay? It's either step up or get ripped. That's all. Barkov, step up or get ripped. Trocheck, step up or get ripped. That's all. Bobrovsky, step up or get ripped. That's it. That's what we're down to. There are no more excuses. They're past the growth stage. None of that. We're at the point now where we must demand the Panthers to play very well and be one of the best teams in the Eastern Conference. This stuff about waddling outside the playoffs or barely inside at number 8 or number 7, that's garbage. Okay? The Panthers have to get not only into the playoffs, they need to at least win a round. At least win a round for it to be a decent season. Listen to me. A decent season. Making the playoffs is not good enough for the Florida Panthers. Those days are done already. It's time for the organization to step up. And look, the owners already have done whatever they can't do anymore. It's time for the players to show us they got the balls and the character to step up, because I told you guys this 2 years ago. If they don't step up, break it up. It's pretty simple. How much longer are you going to keep these guys together? Seriously. That's where it has to get to that point already. By the end of this year, you need to know, do you have the guys or you don't? Because we can't keep talking about them and then they do nothing. That's the problem with this team. It's a lot of talk. It's been a lot of hype. They got paid when they shouldn't have gotten paid. None of them earned that check. Now they're starting to earn it. Barkov obviously earns his check. But overall, they're starting to earn all that stuff. But they have already, they're already way into the black by miles, and they have not repaid the franchise yet. They have not given Vinny Viola and Doug Sifu the results for those paychecks that have passed. That's what's changed here with the Panthers already. This is what has to change with our attitude, the way we look at the Panthers, and the way we assess and critique the Panthers. The pressure needs to be built up now, man. The sad part is there's only a couple people in the media covering it. So not enough people care to put pressure on them. So that's the other thing, that this Cats team gets lucky, very lucky, because I'm the only one that's saying this right now. Nobody on the flagship station is going to say it. Hell, they're not even going to talk hockey unless they're forced to have an interview from the team. Well, that's if their phones work, of course. I mean, it's an amazing company. They have no money, but they move into a new building and have no money to run the building. So it's pretty awesome. Anyway, so really, it's up to the Panthers now, the players, to show us that they got it already. I mean, the days are done of talking. I don't want to hear about the potential anymore. There's none of that. It's either you guys can do it, or Talon and Quenneville need to go find guys that can. That's all. Start bringing in guys with balls. Look, because that's one thing I do know about this team. It's not tough. It is not tough. They get pushed around all the time. They don't know how to push back. That I already know. They don't know how to get physical. They're tough enough to take the beating, but they're not tough enough to deliver the beating. This is kind of weird too, right? Because you gotta be a tough hombre to play hockey every night and take a beating. But at one point or another, don't you want to deliver some of the beatings? Don't you want to be the intimidator? And maybe that's why this team never gets over the top. Maybe that's why the Panthers are soft. Because I got to start labeling them soft. You can't keep doing this every year and then think that you're a good team, or that you're going to have the balls to actually get through the Stanley Cup playoffs, which, by the way, you need some balls to get through the Stanley Cup playoffs. You got to be tough. So when are the Panthers going to show us that they're tough physically, that they're tough mentally? When are they going to show us that they can actually live up to their paychecks? Explain that one to me, because they have all failed to live up to their paychecks. Viola and Sifu are paying them really, really well. I'm just saying, it's time. The days are done already of handling the Cats with kid gloves and all these babies that are growing up. It's time to be men. It's kind of like when your son grows up and he hits 18 and he comes to you and he says, "Hey, Dad, can I have a couple bucks so I can go out?" And you look at him and you say, No, dude, go get a job. You want to go out? You want to go have fun? You want to go have drinks? You want to take out a girl? Go get your own job. And then you could go enjoy yourself. Go ahead. I didn't work to give you money to go party. I'll pay for your food. I'll pay for a shirt on your back. I'll pay for that. I'll pay for your books at school. But I'm not going to pay for you to go screw around. Go get a job to do that. You want to go to that concert? Go get a job. You want to take that girl out? Go get a job. Because you start instilling some kind of responsibility in your son or daughter, right? Well, when's it going to happen for these young Florida Panthers? When? In fact, they are no longer young anymore. How many years is it for Barkov and Trocheck and all these guys? They're veterans already, man. It's time. You gotta it's time to deliver on what you were drafted to do. It's time for you to deliver on all the hype we've talked about. That this is the year, and this is the year, and this is the year. And all we ever find out is that every year you guys know how to break everybody's heart. Every year you guys know how to fall short. That's basically what happens with the Florida Panthers. So Rubber meets the road. We're at a point now where we no longer, okay, can tolerate average, mediocre, or bad from the Panthers. The Islanders are ahead of you. They got, 42 points. You've got 35. You're outside of the playoffs right now in the 9th spot, which you've got a couple teams like right on your tail too, that they could be jumping you also, and you could be dropping to 10 and 11 before you know it. I'm just saying, for the Panthers, it's time. It really is. Boy, they're having some trouble with feedback out there, huh? Holy moly.
It ain't us.
No, I know it ain't us because we're not hooked up to their system, but man, that's some feedback out there.
You know, I'm looking at the standings right now, and like you're talking about, and I see that most of the teams in our, the Atlantic have 32 games under. We've got 30.
I don't care about that.
Yeah, the thing about it is the Islanders only have one more game than us, man. Okay,
I don't care about it.
And they have 7 more points.
I don't care about any of that, bro. That doesn't matter to me. Games in hand and all that. There's always an excuse for these guys. I'm tired of excuses for the Panthers. There's no more excuses, bro. The gloves are off with the Panthers. Okay? It's time now to start ripping these players. That's it. We should be ripping them for being in the 9th spot right now. That's all. Problem is, not enough people in this town give a rat's ass about the Panthers. Yes, pun intended. Because the last time they gave a rat's ass, a rat was involved. But it's time, dude. It's time. And I wish we had a vicious media here that could walk into that locker room and say, hey, how come you guys are always underachieving? How come you guys never live up to any kind of hype? Everybody talks about your potential and nobody ever sees it come to fruition. Why, guys? Why Trocheck? Why Barkov? Why Huberdeau? That's what the media should be doing. Hey, they're paying you a lot of money. How come you guys are underachieving again? It's here's where it's smart what the Panthers did in locking guys up early, correct? Because it's super smart. But
the NHL is under a salary cap just like the other sports. So yeah, you got to work your money.
But you run the risk of giving the wrong person the money because you now gave them money they didn't earn. You're hoping that they now live up to a potential that you're expecting, and then it never happens. And then you gave them all that money, and you never got the results. Because there's no way that Vinny Viola right now and Doug Sifu can say, we're getting the results, because they're not. And they're paying a lot of money. And you know what, guys? Check out Flores, man. I don't want to hear that, you got these guys young and then you got to give them time. And every excuse has been made for them. Every single excuse. The excuses and the time is done already. They got to show us that they know what the hell they're doing. And that this is the team. If not, I'm telling you, you have to start breaking it up. I mean, if you're going to pay, might as well trade for somebody else that you can pay that may have more balls, may be tougher, may be willing to, kick some ass out there, be an enforcer, send messages, and, how about this? Win. I mean, seriously, there's no way Doug Sifu and Vinny Viola can be happy about the end results. And the other night, I'm watching the Tampa game, and I talked about it. Place was empty. But that's the team's fault, not the owners. The owners, they're just doing what the GM told them to do. It's everybody else on down. The owners have done their job. Dale Talon, Q, and those players, they're not doing their jobs. And it has to get to a point, man, where you got to draw the line in the sand and say, yo, what's up? To me, that's the part that I look at, and I just say it's unacceptable already. We're at a crossroad already with the Panthers. And that empty arena, that's what you get because you never get over the hump. That's the problem. You keep promising, you keep hyping, you keep hyping, you keep talking, and you never do it. It's the weirdest thing, man. So I'm just saying, they better figure it out, and with a quickness. So we are awaiting Mr. Brian Flores. Brian should be getting on the mic very soon, and he'll address the media, and we'll go over his comments here.
Yes, based on his military time schedule, he's actually late today.
Yeah, 11:22. It's supposed to be 11:25. So yeah.
He's well, it's 11:23 now. He's 3 minutes late, man.
Yeah. I mean, that is one dude that he does not mess around, man. Here you go. Brett Gardner, by the way, agrees to a 1-year, $12.5 million deal, re-signs with the Yankees. Includes a 2021 club option worth $10 million, according to Buster Olney and Jeff Passan.
I'm not surprised. He had a heck of a season last year. As far as injuries in the outfield, he was probably the longest tenured player. Games showed up without an injury.
And again, smart. They're not tying themselves to a long-term contract with an older guy. Yeah, they are a completely different organization, man. I tell you, they do some things that are really, really smart. What's it called? Cashman.
You saw they let Didi get away.
Yeah, well, I mean,
you can't pay everybody, and
that's what happens when you draft like really well.
We don't have enough guys. We don't have enough bases. We need like 2 or 3 more bases to get everybody on the field.
Yeah,
so somebody had to be the odd man out. Glaber could slide over to short, and LeMahieu now becomes your everyday second baseman.
Yeah, they have too many guys already at this point. They're doing really good. And their minors are loaded. So that's the other thing. Their minor leagues.
We're in the top 5, 6. We're not number 1 like we were. I think the White Sox, if I'm not mistaken, have supplanted everybody and taken over their spot. Obviously, with the fire sale they've had and replenishing the minors.
Yeah,
they're number 1 right now.
So there you go. There's some breaking news. We await Brian Flores. I'm just at a point now with the Panthers that I'm tired of the underachieving. And I'm tired of the talk. And I'm also tired of watching them get pushed around. I just don't I'm telling you, at the end of the year, if it's another disappointing season, I will tell you they need to break it up. These are the wrong guys. That's all. Pretty simple. Yeah, they may have talent, but they're collectively, they scare nobody. And they have their moments, but that doesn't mean anything. It really doesn't. So it's a shame. It's a real shame because they got the kind of team that you have an opportunity right now to capture the imagination. Like I said yesterday, you had the opportunity, and the team that we didn't expect has now just taken everything away from you, the Heat. Because the other night, you're watching the Tampa game and you're watching Heat Hawks. There was no comparison. Heat Hawks was exciting, exhilarating, thrilling, fun. Tampa, Florida, boring, frustrating, losing.
In a tough sport like hockey, man, you can't be finesse, and we are all finesse.
All finesse.
No defense, no toughness. And
no toughness.
We get, and you know what?
They're tough. They're tough enough to take a beating.
Right.
They're not tough enough to deliver the beating.
take the initiative and like, hey,
Because they are playing hockey. You got to be tough.
Yes.
I mean, Keith Yandel got 9 teeth knocked out and sewed it up
Shows
and went back up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
So they're exceptional at taking a beating, right? The Panthers are tough enough to take a beating, just not tough enough to deliver a beating. That's what it is. That's all. It's just.
Well, it does these next 2 games, man. The Islanders and Boston. It don't get no easier. And if
I don't want to hear it.
If we don't win these next 2 games, we're gonna slide to maybe number 10, number 11.
I don't want to hear about how tough it is. I want results. That's it. And I'm the only one in town that's going to say this. Eventually, others will say it, but it'll be a couple weeks from now, like what happened with Bob. Same thing.
Well, everybody has a coddling. Let's get, it's only a couple months in.
We've handled them with kid gloves for a long, long time. It's got to be over, bro. It's over. The tough questions need to be asked to these players, and they need to start answering, and maybe get to a point where they get embarrassed that they're being asked constantly why they are constantly coming up short. That's all.
Maybe you need to make a visit down to the locker room, man, on a daily and just hammer them.
Telling you, man. It's crazy. So no Flores yet?
I was just going to say, man, we're 3 minutes past the scheduled time. I'm in shock. This is so not him.
All right. Okay. Well, we don't see any Flores yet, which is really weird, bro, because it's 20. He's on Cuban time now. Now this is weird. Well, he is Latin, right? Doesn't he have like Puerto Rican or Dominican?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, the Dominicans, you guys aren't nearly as bad.
Maybe being down here in South Florida, he's gotten influenced by the Cuban. Yeah.
Probably.
Me growing up in Hialeah, I'm always able to use that if I'm late.
Let's go.
I grew up.
Let's go. He's on. Let's hear from Brian Flores.
Everyone's going to have to cover. You have to know where your help is. Play with good technique, good fundamentals. Eric, we're confident, him covering, whether it's tight end or a back or, receiver, that he'll, play with good technique, fundamentals, use his length, try to put hands on in man coverage, play with good zone vision and zone coverage. We ask that of all of our players. I can't. He may cover the tight end, he might cover the back, he might cover receiver. He might do all of those things within the game, so we'll see.
A little bit out there yesterday. Where are they progressing in the protocol, and do they have a chance Sunday?
They're still in protocol, and they'll be in the protocol, really till the end of the week. So, but both guys working to get better and getting but a lot of that's out of my hands, and it's really a medical decision.
How does that, I guess, impact game plan wise? Do you plan as if you don't have them? Do you plan as if you do have them?
It's tough. You have to plan for the worst, I would say. So in that situation, if we don't have them, look, they may or may not come out of protocol. So, then the next set of receivers have to step up and be ready to play. So I think, in every building, guys, when you're dealing with injuries, you're not necessarily sure, specifically with the concussions, because it's a serious situation. You just want to, make sure we've got all our, we're covered if for whatever reason they can't go. So, we'll see. We'll be ready either way.
Alan Hearns.
He's dinged up. He played through, some injuries last week, and I thought he toughed through it, and it was, impressive performance by him. Working his way back. I think hopefully we get him out there today. In some capacity, and look, this is a tough kid. He wants to play. If he can be out there, he'll be out there.
I want to ask Adrian Colbert. He's started the last 2 games at free safety. What has he done that has impressed you in terms of earning that starting role after being added?
Well, he brings us a lot of energy on a day-to-day basis. He's got some leadership qualities. He's been here for 3 weeks, and it feels like he's been here all year. He's smart. He's a really good teammate. It's important to him. He works extremely hard. From a preparation standpoint, he's here. He's here early, stays late, trying to get the information correct, and he's a guy who brings people together. It's been good having him.
When you look at that next set of receivers, what's your confidence level in the guy like Isaiah Ford?
I'm confident in Isaiah, but he played well last week. Mac Hollins, he's kind of really stepped in and done a good job, and Trevor's really, stepped up as well. So I like them all. I'm confident in all our receivers. I think each one of them is, along with our tight end group and our back and running back, and the quarterback, and the O-line. Look, it's a team effort. So you got to play collectively, play well as a team against a good opponent, and that's what the Giants are. They're talented. They've got guys in the secondary, guys at the second level, guys on the defensive line that are good players, that are talented, that make plays, that made plays. So you have to play well.
So you Devon Godchaux will be Walter Payton Man of the Year nominee for the Dolphins. Why was chosen?
My opinion on why he was chosen? He was. I think he's does a lot in the community. He's shown leadership. Throughout the time that I've been here. This is a guy who's very genuine and caring and about giving back, and he's a good human being, and I think he's deserving.
I saw you mentioned Raekwon McMillan on a list of players who have taken ownership this season. Can you tell me about how he's done that?
I think just defensively, rallying the guys on the sideline when we've dealt with adversity in games, in practice. He's a guy who's taking a leadership position as far as getting groups together and going through the run game, or going through third down, or going through the red zone. I think he's really starting to come into his own and played some solid football for us at times. Again, like everybody else, players, coaches, everyone, we could always be better, but he's a guy who's important to him. Guys feed off of his energy, and he's really worked hard, and I'm happy to see that leadership start to show itself, really on a day-to-day basis.
Thanks, guys.
There you go. There's Brian Flores. What else is
Short and sweet, huh?
Yeah, what else is he going to say about the receivers? He's going to tell you he lacks no confidence? I can't believe in them. I mean, it sucks. We got no Parker, no Wilson. They're in protocol. We traded away Stills. Who else is missing? There's one more missing, right? From the original group. Who am I missing?
No, I think that's it.
Parker and Wilson on protocol. Stills was traded.
Hearns.
Jakeem on IR.
Oh, okay.
So there you go.
Yeah, but what has Jakeem really done?
No, he did a lot towards the end.
Towards the end.
Yeah, well, he got better. Okay, well, but
towards the end does not a season make.
No, I know that, but he didn't get to finish the season. But he started. Right. He was finishing it strong. He was playing well the last couple of weeks. Hell, in one game he scored 2 touchdowns. Scored on return and on the offense.
But probably more so because of the fact that Devontae and Preston are out. Correct? Somebody step up. He stepped up.
All of them. I mean, it hurts that they don't have anybody there. But, I mean, what else is he going to say? There's no other thing. You got to ask it as a reporter. But as a coach, there's nothing else he can say that, of course, he has, confidence in Isaiah Ford. And
I think better than that was the Giants.
The rest of the guys are the ones that you really got to question. Ford, at least you saw him perform last week, and he's been around for a couple of years. So he's kind of been positioning himself for all of this. So I'm not surprised. And he also mentioned that they asked him if Parker and Wilson are still in protocol, and they are. They're not going to play this week. They're not going to be cleared right away. And I got to tell you something. For Parker's purposes, if I'm the Dolphins, haven't you seen enough at this point? Like, I'd almost rather that Devontae Parker not play the rest of the season. There's only 3 games left, dude. It's not the end of the world, right? There's only 3, right? Am I right?
That is correct, sir.
Okay, so there's 3 games left. If he doesn't play this week, what do I really need to see any more? No, I'd rather him just like, work, what's it called, rest and rehab and get fresh again and get out of this concussion protocol. Why put yourself on the field again where maybe you could get rattled one more time before the season is over, and you don't need that right now. He's had enough bad luck in his career that he had a pretty damn good year. Why not just end it right now?
It isn't like we're fighting for a playoff spot, right?
Albert Wilson's not coming back next season. So the second he's healthy, put his ass on the field, and if it helps you, great. But Devontae Parker, I'm almost at the point now that I'm good. I've seen enough. I know what I have in him. Preston Williams, I like what I saw in that kid. I'm super excited about the receiving core with those two guys. Alan Hearns, you added to the team along with Jakeem. I like that foursome now. Maybe you draft another kid that will be, part of this mix and challenge for that fifth spot with Ford and all the other guys that are going to be here. All of that stuff. I'm fine with it. I don't think I really need to see Parker right now, fresh off a concussion, back on the field. Just don't need it.
You're not going to make the playoffs, and
No.
he has become our number 1-0, right?
He is the number one.
Exactly. So protect your number one. Don't risk.
He is what you thought he would be. Really? Well, at least he is what I thought he would be when I went crazy and they drafted, and I was super happy that they drafted Devontae Parker, and now he's played the way we thought he would play, like a legit number one. You know what? Let's take care of the legit number one. All right? He's done enough this year to turn the corner, feel good, all of that. Now, I'll give you devil's advocate to get him on the field, all right? Because, that's what we do here. We got to play both sides of the coin. This was a year where you had to rebuild confidence. This was a year where you had to find out if he can play and see if there's something there, because you knew the talent was there. You knew the good Lord blessed him with talent. Well, remember we talked about how you got to credit the coaches because they must have worked with him mentally and everything to rebuild that confidence, to get him to the point to be this guy, to be able to talk on the field like he does now, that he's going at it with the opponent. Yeah, I mean, he's telling the opponent that you can't cover me. So, if you're the coach, do you say, okay, this is about confidence, this is about him feeling good about himself. It's important for us to get him healthy again and get him back on the field to remind him that this is who you are. What happened in that concussion, that's an aberration. That's over. And maybe he does. Maybe they want him, and maybe he needs it to get back on the field in another week or two, just to ball out a little bit and put the exclamation point on the end of the season and have it end like, no, that was just a speed bump. I'm the man. I'm here to ball. Boom, season's over. Now we move into the offseason. I am taking over. Maybe for confidence purposes, you want to reestablish it and get him back on the field, regardless of any kind of risk. That's the only side of the card that I can play to say why you want to get him back out there. Why you? It's very a few good men. Why you want him on that wall? Why you need him on that wall? That kind of stuff.
I think that question is probably more, what's his mental psyche like? Is he a strong, tough mental person, or
he is.
Do you need to? Okay, so then he doesn't need to be reassured.
He has to be.
You
he
think
has
so?
to be. Yeah, because he's a first-round pick that failed miserably, that had several injuries.
Yeah, but that's
for
not
4 years.
right.
And now he bounced back after all of that you're a bust and this and that, and most offense didn't give a rat's ass if he didn't come back this year. You were casted aside. You were already said, okay, you're a bust.
Oh, we were ready to give up on him 2 or 3 years ago.
We already gave up on him.
Yeah.
Even I
Right.
gave up on him, okay?
Yeah, for sure.
And for you to bounce back, he has to be mentally tough, bro. He has to be mentally tough.
So then if
Has to
look,
be.
if he's totally signed off protocol and gone through everything and he's totally cleared, make a decision between you and him and this. Do you need to see and decide then? But if there's any issues, no, man, he doesn't need to touch the field. We already know he's our number one. He's showed it. I'm good with what he's done, man.
I get it. I completely understand what you're saying, but
sometimes, what do they call it? Protecting the players from themselves,
yes,
right?
Yes. I know, and maybe just doing the responsible thing.
And concussions, man, this
Right.
is nothing.
No, you don't want to mess with that.
Because you're only allowed so many. If God forbid he gets in there and gets another one.
Yeah.
Oh,
No, I said all of that, but it's just this is where that's the only thing that I could think of that maybe confidence-wise they want to get him back out there. Emilio Nunez says on YouTube, "Good morning, boys. It's 12 degrees here in Roberts, Wisconsin. Snowing, but always listening to you guys. Great show." Thank you, Emilio. Wow, 12 degrees. My Lord. Tim says morning. George says morning. Ray Barreto says, "Nunez moved down here to Miami, but I live in Central Florida, and this morning, 55 and nice." You got to love the guy that tells him about the better weather and reminds him that it's way better than where he's at.
Could Northern Florida send some of that down here, man? We've had, 1 or 2 cold days?
Well, today was a rain. Today's really... Ray, I am from Miami, live in Michigan now, but I'm also an OTR driver for FedEx. There you go. So we got the listeners going back and forth and talking to each other. On regard to the Florida Panthers, if you build, they will come. Yeah, but the Florida Panthers aren't building any winning. Music is obviously important to you. What's your thoughts on intellectual properties with songs? Isn't everything borrowed? Where is the line for you? I mean, it's in today's music, it's just normal nowadays to like steal the hooks and all that other stuff from other music. I'm not necessarily a fan of that. I respect you more if you can make your own music on your own. But I do understand songs that have little parts of other songs and remakes and things like that, because there have been plenty that sound good. You know what I mean? And so I understand that. Set Adrift, Memory Bliss. That's a remake in a different way, but I like it. It's, you know what I mean? So I don't have a problem with it to a certain extent. Now, when it gets absolutely ridiculous, that you're really not showing a lot of creativity on your own, then yeah, maybe I have a problem. That's where I would draw the line. But in the end, I'm going to respect you a hell of a lot more if you make music on your own without having to copy a damn thing from anybody. So if that answers your question, there it is. Let's see. Let the guy get his 1,000 yards, George says. Well, is that really that important? I don't know. 1,000 yards, I think that's more of a fan thing. But 1,000 yards isn't the most impressive thing in the world. In a 16-game schedule, you're averaging 60-something yards.
66 point blah, 67,
whatever.
Yeah.
I'm not really that impressed with that. That's a figure that we all throw out there. But in today's world, where the offenses are so skewed, I don't think 1,000's that impressive. And to me, I don't need a number really to label this a successful year for Devontae Parker. I really don't need him to catch another ball again for this year. Okay. He can finish the season. He can just relax for the rest of the season. And I am still going to be absolutely hyped up about him next year with Preston Williams coming back as that duo. And let me tell you, I love the Allen Hurns pickup as a possession guy. And then Jakeem Grant really falls where he belongs. The fourth guy, because he's more of a returner and you use him as a part-time, a limited part-time receiver is what I would use him as.
Like we've talked about his size.
Right.
He needs to be the 4.
This year, I think he struggled because you overused him, because a little guy like that cannot be overused. you know? So that's where I think is the mistake for them. And I think Jakeem will be in a much better place next year when he's used properly and on a limited basis so you can keep him fresh. At least that's what I would do. 786-322-1105. That's 786-322-1105 is the accidentlawfirm.com text line. If you want to get in on the program, you can also reach out to us on Twitter. That's at Big O Show. And is it Lakisa? Lakisa is saying, good morning, everyone. I think it's Lakisa, I want to say. I hope I got it right. I hope I pronounced it right. But anyway, good morning to all out there that are watching us on YouTube and listening. As always, we appreciate it immensely. We do want to remind you that the show is proudly brought to you by Caneswear. And listen, if you're a Hurricanes fan like me, you got to go to Caneswear, Miami Fanwear. That's at 2511 South University Drive in Davie. And folks, they got it all there, from jerseys to shirts to hats. The service is second to none. Brett and all those folks out there are just absolutely amazing. Go check it out for yourself. 2511 South University Drive in Davie. Men, women, kids, and the babies too. They got Hurricanes, Dolphins, Marlins, Panthers, and Heat, and Inter Miami too. Caneswear at Miami Fanwear. That's the spot where fans like me shop.
Plus tax, tech title. It includes $8.99 dealer fee on approved credit. Offers end 11/10/19.
Over 1,500 Toyotas are on the ground, and truckloads of new 2020 Toyotas just keep on coming. To eliminate all 2019 models, Toyota of Hollywood is holding the ultimate 2019 model year changeover event. Make us an offer, any offer, and you can buy a Toyota at up to 50% less than their original MSRP when new and used.
50% less.
A pre-owned 2019 RAV4, not $30,000, $19,775. A pre-owned 2019 Camry LE, not $26,000, $17,775. A pre-owned 2019 Corolla LE, not $22,000, $12,775. Pay up to 50% less at Toyota of Hollywood, the #1 volume Toyota dealer, based on total retail sales of new Toyotas in the Southeast region for 2014 to 2018 per SCT, on 441 between Hollywood Boulevard and Sheridan Street. Open till midnight.
This is the Big O Show. This is the Big O Show.
Thinking about buying or refinancing a home? Act now. Home values are ticking up. Don't put off making a move any longer. Call Michael Kodzie now at Choice Mortgage Bank, 561-441-2730, while mortgage interest rates are still at historical lows. Call now to get pre-approved and buy your dream home. If you're currently paying over $800 a month for rent, call 561-441-2730 now before interest rates go up. Down payments as low as 3.5%. Veterans may qualify for no money down. If you own a home, but you're upside down, Michael Kodzie can help. If you're being denied by your bank or your loan process is taking too long, call 561-441-2730. Act now while fixed rates are still under 3.5%. Offices in Boca and Boynton Beach. Rates and terms subject to change daily without notice. Equal housing lender. NMLS 122081.
This is the Big O Show. 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 This is the Big O Show.
All righty. I was answering Lakise. I think that's how it's pronounced. Lakise. Spread the word. Anyway, there we go. Lakise was saying, missed you on the radio, Big O. Glad I found you on YouTube last week. Hopefully we'll have streaming soon, okay? We are really working on this hard. We're trying to get a little streaming. I got some other things that we're planning that are actually going to be really, really cool for this show and for all of you out there. But thank you for listening out in the Bahamas, all of our friends in the Bahamas, and especially I hope our friends in the northern Bahamas are bouncing back as strong as they possibly can, because I know it wasn't easy after the storms did just way too much damage, obviously, over there. So thank you for listening and tuning in. As always, appreciate it. And this is so much better than radio. I mean, it's not even close. I'm having a lot more fun. There's a lot of freedom. There's more radio to do for you guys. We've got great guests today, just like we were doing in radio, the same thing. We get to air the Brian Flores press conference, get to talk about it. We got Kobe Price coming up in 37 minutes. He's going to join us from the South Florida Sun Sentinel. So we'll have a little fun with Kobe, and we'll talk about Willie Taggart taking over at 1 o'clock. Michael Lee from The Athletic, NBA national writer for The Athletic. So we'll talk with him. We'll get his thoughts on the Heat, and we'll talk all things NBA. Pedro Gomez is going to stop by at 2:30. ESPN MLB Insider. I mean, that is a jam-packed show for you right there. All kinds of stuff to talk about, all kinds of people to talk to. So we got a loaded show. I'm actually working on one more guest that I have not been able to get in contact with, and trying to set something else up with you guys for you guys today here on the program. Remember, you can reach out anytime on the accidentlawfirm.com text line, which is 786-322-1105. That's 786-322-1105. Heat are off tonight, Friday. They take on the Lakers at the AAA. Panthers back in action tonight, taking on the Islanders at the BB&T Center. There's a interesting article, and we'll talk FAU in hour number 2 with my man Kobe Price. But to get into the University of Miami a little bit, and I thought Barry Jackson put together a nice article in the Miami Herald talking about the struggles of the University of Miami and why they have not been able to be relevant again. And he pointed out, it's something that most of us know, but he gave us like the exact stats on how bad Miami has been at recruiting and how they don't get most of the top guys in the county. And most of those kids end up in other programs outside of the state, actually. And that's why Miami hasn't been relevant. And they don't win. They don't win big games. They don't win on a consistent basis. And it's hard because I think one of the quotes, the guy says, these kids don't even know who Ed Reed is anymore. By the time when Miami was relevant, none of these kids were watching football. They weren't even born the last time Miami was relevant. Which it's true. That's how bad it's been, and that's how long it's been. And it's almost when you're out of sight, you're out of mind. And that's kind of what's happened to the University of Miami. There are programs there. It's in Coral Gables. I mean, you can drive by and you can see it. They play on television. They play on national television. They play on night games. They play against some big schools sometimes. What's the problem? It's every time they're in those moments, it's kind of like the Panthers against Tampa Bay the other night. People are looking around going, well, how come the Panthers aren't packing it? Well, you're looking at it right there. This is why the Panthers don't pack, because nobody in town believes in the Panthers, because they never come through. And whenever they have those key moments, they fail miserably. And that's why on Tuesday night, you have Tampa Bay in town, and the place is empty. Because Tampa Bay's an attraction. The problem is the Panthers aren't. And so if your hometown team's not an attraction, then it's really hard for you to pack it in. And the Canes, they used to be the attraction. They used to show up on game day. They used to show up on those nationally televised games. They used to beat nationally ranked teams badly. But that's the problem. It's all the old people living in the past. Us, you, me. We keep talking about when the Canes were the Canes. And young people look at us like, what the hell are you talking about? Were you guys wearing leather helmets then? Because that's what they feel like. 2001 is leather helmets to them. 20 years ago, oh my God, that's a lifetime ago. For you and me, it feels like yesterday. It still feels like me yesterday watching 1983 for the Canes against Nebraska. It still feels like yesterday for me at all those parades in downtown Miami. But it was a generation ago, ladies and gentlemen. 20 years ago already. And remember, there was a drought before that of 10 years. They had good football teams, and they had some ups and downs, but they didn't have a championship for 10 years prior to that. Because it was 91 and then 2001. So you think about it. The decline was kind of already starting, and then they had a slight resurrection, and then it was over again. It's weird. And that's the thing. They've got to find, and we don't know if Manny's the guy or not. We can't say that he's not, and we can't say that he is. All right? As much as a lot of us, yours truly, of course, was thinking he's the guy. He's going to turn around. He gets it. And you when you're in those moments, you got to come through. And not only did they not come through, they buried themselves deeper into the abyss with this season. Because the Canes made no progress this season whatsoever. None. They created more doubt, more concern, and maybe have convinced more people than ever that they're never coming back. Because you know that narrative is already existing, that Miami will never be Miami ever again. They had their time. They caught the lightning in the bottle. Everything went their way. They're not going to do it again. It's going to take a coach that has to get players to overachieve and win big, so then you can attract the 4- and 5-star guys that are really big, that everybody else, that our top teams are recruiting. The guys that Alabama and Ohio State and Clemson want, those are the guys that you got to go get. But how do you take it away from them? You got to get the guys you currently have to overachieve. And that's how you do it. That's the first stage. So Manny underachieves with more talent. That's not really a good combination, ladies and gentlemen. That's not how you turn a program around. So when you read Barry Jackson's article, it's depressing, it's eye-opening, and it's one of those things that it's kind of a slap of reality. Really. In the end, that's what it looks like. It's a slap in reality. And you just wonder, will they ever bounce back again? Because you're going to need a Howard Schnellenberger. And now football is different than it was then. At least then, players could be under the radar. Now, it's hard to keep anything under the radar because everything's on video, everything's on social media. It's not the same anymore. You can't hide Santana Moss on a track field in Carroll City anymore. Hey, by the way, I got this kid over in the track field. He might have something. Oh, yeah, let me go check him out. What's his name? Santana Moss. And the rest is history. Those days are done, man. Everybody knows about every kid, no matter where they're at. Their talent is on film, and everybody gets exposed. You got draft experts like Bluestein and Andrew Ivins and JT Wilcox and all these kind of guys that are constantly posting videos, and I mean it's crazy. You can't McDonald's All-American, all that. Those games are on television now. We're watching them nationally. It's really hard now, or near impossible, to have any kind of advantage. And back in the 80s, Howard had a huge advantage. One, he was smart enough to go into those neighborhoods and get those kids, but that was neighborhoods that other schools never went to either. Now, everybody goes everywhere. Everybody knows everything. Saban is in your backyard every single year, stealing a few kids. Can't hide it, man. So the job of becoming the next Schnellenberger at Miami to resurrect the University of Miami becomes that much harder. So the question you have to ask yourself, is Manny the guy? And I think next year we find out, actually. I don't think I'm going to need more than one more year to find out if Manny's the guy or not. I'll know if UM is just going to be just a program by next year. By the end of next year, or maybe middle of next year, I'll know. I'll be able to tell, and then we'll kind of get a feel for it. But it's sad, man. It's sad because there's a real chance that those of us that enjoyed that 5 championship run and all that's it, dude. They'll never get back to being that team again. And that's scary. Sad, scary, twisted, all of those things.
You are well over an hour, sir.
Yeah. Well, we like to talk. What can I tell you? Eddie Pereira. I love Eddie Pereira at Pallet Rack City. Yes, Pallet Rack City. That is, listen, don't you want a great rack? I mean, it's fantastic when you get to work and you see just a great rack. I'm telling you, everybody loves a great rack. That's why you want to go to Pallet Rack City. You want to straighten out that business of yours? Go to the one-stop shop for all of your warehouse needs. They buy and sell new and used pallet racking, folks. You got to call them, 305-887-9212. They specialize in knockdowns and installations of your warehouse equipment. They also sell pallet jacks, hand trucks, dock boards, and most packaging supplies. Call Eddie right now. Tell him that Big O sent you. I promise you, your business is going to be so much better off. Your business is going to look great because it's going to be loaded with racks. So call Pallet Rack City. 305-887-9212. Save it on that cell phone. 305-887-9212.
This is the Big O Show.
Thinking about buying or refinancing a home? Act now. Home values are ticking up. Don't put off making a move any longer. Call Michael Kodsey now at Choice Mortgage Bank, 561-441-2730, while mortgage interest rates are still at historical lows. Call now to get pre-approved and buy your dream home. If you're currently paying over $800 a month for rent, call 561-441-2730 now before interest rates go up. Down payments as low as 3.5%. 3.5%. Veterans may qualify for no money down. If you own a home, but you're upside down, Michael Kodzie can help. If you're being denied by your bank or your loan process is taking too long, call 561-441-2730. Act now while fixed rates are offices in Boca and Boynton Beach. Rates and terms subject to change daily without notice. Equal housing lender. NMLS 122081.
No one expects to get into a crash, but I expect you to go to accidentlawfirm.com if you do. Make sure when hiring a driver, you go through a rideshare app so that you can be covered by the insurance, which can be up to $1 million whether you're a passenger or a driver. In other words, don't try to save a few bucks by paying cash instead of going through the app. I'm attorney Bobby Nunez from Nunez Law in Miami, and we're here to help you through the process. Go to accidentlawfirm.com for a free consultation from me, Bobby Nunez. That's accidentlawfirm.com.
America's safest and best-selling compact luxury SUV is at Acura of Pembroke Pines, and this is how we do it. RDX, $339 a month at Acura of Pembroke Pines, the #1 volume Acura dealer.
Plus tax, tech title. It includes $8.99 dealer fee on approved credit offers and 11/10/19.
Over 1,500 Toyotas are on the ground, and truckloads of new 2020 Toyotas just keep on coming. To eliminate all 2019 models, Toyota of Hollywood is holding the ultimate 2019 model year changeover event. Make us an offer, any offer, and you can buy a Toyota at up to 50% less than their original MSRP when new and used. 50% less. A pre-owned 2019 RAV4, not $30,000, $19,775. A pre-owned 2019 Camry LE, not $26,000, $17,775. A pre-owned 2019 Corolla LE, not $22,000, $12,775. Pay up to 50% less at Toyota of Hollywood, the #1 volume Toyota dealer, based on total retail sales of new Toyotas in the Southeast region for 2014 to 2018 per SET, on 441 between Hollywood Boulevard and Sheridan Street. Open till midnight.
This is the Big O Show. This is the Big O Show. This is the Big O Show.
Welcome back. We take you, of course, till about 3 o'clock. If you want to get in on the accidentlawfirm.com text line, it's 786-322-1105. That's 786-322-1105 if you want to get in on the program as we take you till 3 o'clock. We're out here at Doral Animal Services. So come on by, 3599 Northwest 79th Avenue.
Let me have your Wi-Fi there, sir.
Oh, okay. All right. You got it. Go ahead.
People are waiting for our podcast, brother. I need some stuff, some juice to get it up.
Oh, okay. Yeah, go ahead. You can. It should be ready to go because I'm using it right now as it is. So you know here. There we go. Just for you. Okay. Now you got it. Should be ready to load up there, as they say. Anyway, if you want to get in on the accidentlawfirm.com text line, 786-322-1105. Like I said, we're out here at the amazing facility of the Doral Animal Services, okay? 3599 Northwest 79th Avenue. They are waiving the adoption fees for pets that are 4 months and older through the end of the month, okay? The puppies, I think it's like $85, the adoption fee. Are you kidding me? Do you know how awesome your child is going to feel if you bring a puppy home? That's the best. Dogs are the best. I guarantee you they will put you in a better mood every single day of your life. Take it from a dog lover. Take it from a person that has 4 dogs when he gets home. And I look forward to it, man. I really do. I know that when I sit down tonight, I'm watching the Panthers, and I've got dogs walking all over me and just, whatever, giving me a kiss or just what it just puts a smile on your face. dogs improve the quality of your life and your entire household. I'm serious. It really is. So if you get an opportunity, please adopt. That's the best way to save a life. Those dogs know that you're saving their lives. They really do. And the love that you're going to get on a consistent basis from that animal it's priceless. It really is. So if you get an opportunity, please. This is a great facility. They do an awesome job of taking care of their pets. State of the art, man. This is beautiful here.
Yeah,
So,
it is absolutely first class, like amazing, bro.
I mean,
it's like walking into Disney World for dogs.
look at our broadcast booth. Think about, I mean, just
This
look
is actually like we talked about. This is
Yeah.
where they put the animals.
Yeah.
We're like on display.
Right, we're on display. But this is like a broadcast booth in here. Really. Seriously. I mean, if you go look at on Twitter, you'll see the video that we filmed of everything of our setup and all that good stuff. And it's really amazing. So if you get an opportunity, please adopt. Okay? Nothing like adopting. Let's see. I love the progress my Finns are making. Can't wait to see what the years ahead will bring. I am with you all the way there. Daniel says Dolphins should trade down with the Raiders. Get your QB in the middle of the first round. Well, Daniel, they're going to have a middle first round pick anyway. Why trade out of the top picks where you're going to get a starting left tackle that, like the Georgia kid, that you may want to get? Why not? That way you get a stud left tackle. Or maybe you get a stud defensive end. Or you get a shutdown corner opposite of X. You know how much better your pass rush gets if you find a shutdown corner opposite of X? I would like that. Let's have some fun. Get a shutdown corner. You got X. You got 2 shutdown corners now, right? Bobby McCain is a really good slot, okay? And now you've got the Needham kid to back him up, right? And you got Eric Rowe sealing out tight ends. Starting to look pretty good. All of a sudden, Taco's going to have another half second to get to a quarterback. And that other defensive end that you get in the first round or the second round will have another half second or second to get there because of that secondary. Remember, that's what they used to have. Jason Taylor was great, but so was Sam Madison and Patrick Surtain. So kind of
On an island every play, bro.
kind of goes both ways. You know what I'm saying? JT's great, but it's also great to have shutdown corners. I love it. This is why you made all those trades. Now, here's where I will go with you, Daniel. Justin Herbert's there. You've got the 5th pick in the draft. The offensive tackle from Georgia winning number 4 overall. You could take Herbert, but you're not really a Herbert guy. But now you've got 3 teams that want Herbert. Now you got yourself a bidding war. Now I can see you moving down in that sense. To move down just to move down, no. If you're going, put it this way, you don't want to trade Laramie Tunsil. But if some moron wants to offer you 2 first-rounders, a second-rounder, and will take $8 million off your salary cap, here's Laramie Tunsil, bro. Here you go, bro. Go. Have it. But you don't trade out of the 5th pick or 4th pick or 6th pick in the draft, and you have a player there, and you say, well, no, I just want to trade out to just go get more picks. No. You trade out because the person that's trading in is Bill O'Brien Part 2. Stupid and desperate. Okay? That's what you do. And if you get a stupid and desperate person like Bill O'Brien who is willing to, you have to give Laramie Tunsil a contract that is going to be the best contract for a tackle in the NFL, and you're going to give up 2 first-rounders, a second-rounder, and take on $8 million more of salary. Do you know how incredibly stupid that is? That you're telling me that I have to trade for Tunsil because I can't draft him with one of those 3 picks? I can't find the tackle if my life depended on it, so I have to trade 3 picks for it. That to me just makes no freaking sense whatsoever. Those are the moments right there where you kind of scratch your head. That's the part that you know, some people are like, well, the Dolphins are trading their young players. No, they're not. They didn't want to trade Tunsil, but what are you going to do? They didn't want to trade Minkah either. But if the dude's disgruntled and doesn't want to be a team player and wants to be a complete jerk, then what are you going to do? You got to trade him. You got to move him. That's it. You can't do anything else. 786-322-1105 is the AXE 322-1105 if you want to get in on the show. Now, let me read something for you that came across the wire. I think it was yesterday that I saw this. They're not necessarily ecstatic about Laramie Tunsil. A day after the Houston Texans starting left tackle, and by the way, this is Patrick Starr, Laramie Tunsil made it known he has a target on his back for his frequent false starts issues that has been haunting him his entire season. Tunsil leads the league with 13 false start penalties, and looking for explanations from the referee, the left tackle is frustrated with the situation. Bill O'Brien knows Tunsil's false start problem is an issue, but he has faith in his left tackle will get it corrected. Yeah, of course you better get it corrected, bitch. You traded 2 first-rounders a second and took on $8 million. Don't know what he said, O'Brien said of Tunsil. Laramie's a really good pro, and I like what he said after the game. He's going to work hard to fix things that he needs to fix. O'Brien thinks it starts on the practice field. I think we've got to coach it better, O'Brien says. Yeah, blame it on yourself. Don't blame it on the player because that's not going to help you in the negotiations. And we've got to get these guys to understand what we're talking about when we're trying to accomplish on a particular play. Every game, each play is a situation unto itself. O'Brien continued, so understand the situation that you know in this situation, we may use this type of cadence. We may do this or that. We just have to get the players to understand that better and that we've got to execute it on the practice field. So Laramie Tunsil, the guy you traded all those picks for, but here's the thing. If you don't follow the league, if you don't, like the average Dolphin, they're trading away their young players. But they don't know how Tunsil's playing. They don't know that he hasn't been dominant. He's made his share of mistakes. Put it this way. If I traded 2 firsts, a second, and I took in $8 million for you, I'm kind of expecting you to be, I don't know. Let me go with, what was the name of the guy for the Ravens for many, many years? That big left tackle that was a monster.
Is it?
Well, you know what? Anthony Munoz.
Ogden.
Jonathan Ogden.
Ogden.
Very good. Jonathan Ogden. I need you to be Jonathan Ogden or Munoz. Right? I mean, if I'm trading 2 first-rounders a second and I'm going to take in $8 million, bro, I don't want a false start from you. Not lead the league in false starts. No. I don't want a false start from you. Right? I mean, if I'm trading 2 first, a second, and I'm going to take in $8 million, I must be acquiring the perfect player. Right? Like Jonathan Ogden would engulf the defensive end. Like the guy would come rushing and he'd just like eat him up. The guy would disappear because Jonathan Ogden was bigger than the stadium.
You got to play like Khalil Mack, man.
Right. You got exactly, dude. Great freaking example. Okay, if I'm trading 2 first-rounders, I need you to play like Khalil Mack. So when people tell you, the Dolphins, well, that was a great trade for the Dolphins. The Minkah one, man, that one sucked. But the guy was a D-bag. What do you want to do with Minkah? You're going to fight with him the entire time? No, you're going to stay here. I'm not going to trade you. You're going to play this position because we need you to play this position. Suck it up. And then when negotiations come around, he's going to tell you, screw you. And then what are you going to do? Start tagging and playing that game? It got to a point where I guess you had to trade him. It sucked. That one sucked. That's the only one that really kind of hurt. But I understand that they had to move. I get it. And hopefully they'll be able to draft and replace all these guys. That's all. But the Tunsil one, that one's pretty funny. Daniel says, I think the Raiders would give 2 first-round picks to get a top wide receiver. I mean, the Raiders are pretty stupid. And the problem is, you know what? I think you're wrong there now. Now that I think about it, I think you're wrong there. Because the Raiders would give up 2 first-round picks for a veteran wide receiver. Because that's what John Gruden does. He doesn't want to acquire a young guy. He wants to acquire old guys. So he would probably want to acquire a veteran wide receiver at this point. I don't know. I'm again, unless the trade is ridiculous, then you trade out. But if you don't, you stay there. You stay there because you're going to have an opportunity at getting a great player. And that's really what it's all about. Because at that stage in the draft, top 5, top 6, top 7, you're going to have access to an exceptional player. And Miami needs as many as possible. And it would be pretty cool if you can just stay there and get that great tackle. That way, hey, man, whoever you put at quarterback back there, you got to take care of the person. You got to give them a shot to survive back there. And what they've done this year with that line is an absolute miracle. That's why I say that, you know, you got to take advantage of this season, the position that you're in, because you're going to have, this might be the one time that you're going to be this low and have this many first-round picks. So you're going to have an opportunity. And this is a pretty good draft, too. That's the other thing. So you got to try to hit as many home runs as possible in this one. All right, 786-322-1105. We do want to remind you that Murias Dental, man, I got to tell you, I am so impressed with Murias Dental. They have state-of-the-art equipment, okay? And, folks, right now, your 2019 benefits are running out. You've only got a couple of weeks left. So take advantage right now. Use those 2019 benefits. They're not going to roll over. That way you can complete any other work that you may need with the 2020 benefits. But right now, take advantage before they run out and call Murias Dental, 305-821-0231. They are implant and Invisalign experts, I'm telling you, folks, and they have the latest CEREC technology. Take advantage right now of your insurance benefits while they are still there, 305-821-0231, or visit them online at muriasdental.com.
America's safest and best-selling compact luxury SUV is at Acura of Pembroke Pines, and this is how we do it. RDX, $339 a month at Acura of Pembroke Pines, the #1 volume Acura dealer.
No one expects to get into a crash, but I expect you to go to accidentlawfirm.com if you do. Make sure when hiring a driver, you go through a rideshare app so that you can be covered by the insurance, which can be up to $1 million whether you're a passenger or a driver. In other words, don't try to save a few bucks by paying cash instead of going through the app. I'm attorney Bobby Nunez from Nunez Law in Miami, and we're here to help you through the process. Go to accidentlawfirm.com for a free consultation from me, Bobby Nunez. That's accidentlawfirm.com.
Thinking about buying or refinancing a home? Act now. Home values are ticking up. Don't put off making a move any longer. Call Michael Kodsey now at Choice Mortgage Bank, 561-441-2730, while mortgage interest rates are still at historical lows. Call now to get pre-approved and buy your dream home. If you're currently paying over $800 a month for rent, call 561-441-2730 now before interest rates go up. Down payments as low as 3.5%. Veterans may qualify for no money down. If you own a home, but you're upside down, Michael Kodsey can help. If you're being denied by your bank or your loan process is taking too long, call 561-441-2730. Act now while fixed rates are still under 3.5%. Offices in Boca and Boynton Beach. Rates and terms subject to change daily without notice. Equal housing lender. NMLS 122081.
Plus tax, tech title. It includes $8.99 dealer fee on approved credit. Offers end 11/10/19.
Over 1,500 Toyotas are on the ground, and truckloads of new 2020 Toyotas just keep on coming. To eliminate all 2019 models, Toyota of Hollywood is holding the ultimate 2019 model year changeover event. Make us an offer, any offer, and you can buy a Toyota at up to 50% less than their original MSRP when new and used. 50% less. A pre-owned 2019 RAV4, not $30,000, $19,775. A pre-owned 2019 Camry LE, not $26,000, $17,775. A pre-owned 2019 Corolla LE, not $22,000, $12,000. At Toyota of Hollywood, the #1 volume Toyota dealer, based on total retail sales of new Toyotas in the Southeast region for 2014 to 2018 per SET, on 441 between Hollywood Boulevard and Sheridan Street, open till midnight.
This is the Big O Show. 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 This is the Big O Show.
We are ready to rock, coming to you live from the Doral Animal Services. We do it once a month out here. You know, I'm a big dog advocate. I am big on adopting dogs and cats, and we've got plenty here that need great homes. We've adopted 4 in our home, so if you get an opportunity, they are waiving the adoption fees for all doggies and cats that are 4 months and older. The 4 months and younger, I think it's $85 or $89, which is a joke. Just a great present for a child, a great present for your home. So come on out here, 3599 Northwest 79th Avenue. We broadcast out here every single month. I love coming out here and doing it out here for a few hours because it's a great way to give back, and there are so many great animals out here that need a home. So please do your part. All right, the FAU Owls program. We have no owls here for you to adopt, unfortunately, here at the Doral Animal Services. Plenty of dogs and cats, no owls. But my man, Kobe Price, does cover the most important owl in this town, which is the FAU Owls and the football team. I told you we'd get Kobe back when they have some news. And damn, Kobe, they wasted no time. They said, no, we're not
time.
allowing this recruiting deal to get past us. They got their coach right away, dude. How you doing?
Doing well. The Willie Wagon is here. We're getting that one on right there. Bye-bye Lane Train. Hello, Willie Wagon.
I like it. All right, the Willie Wagon. All right, so
there you go.
Kobe, walk us through this. What was their thinking? Why are they going in this direction? And especially after what happened at FSU.
Well, it kind of moved, as you can see, it moved very quickly. And I kind of summed it up on Twitter. Saturday, you win the conference, and then you lose your coach, and now you already got on Wednesday, you get a new coach. They wanted a guy with experience. They wanted a guy who was proven. They wanted a guy who has been able to win games, especially on this level, the G5, D1 level. And it came up yesterday that he was the top target, and they got the deal done swiftly and quickly.
Now, what convinces them that he's going to be better than what they saw at FSU?
I think when you look at his track record, I know FSU, nobody's going to excuse FSU. Nobody's going to say if he did a good job there. But when you look at his track record, what he did at Western Kentucky, what he did at South Florida, and what he did at Oregon, he had a proven track record of, for those programs, turning them around, and they eventually became winners. And he has the luxury of coming into a situation now where FAU has proven to have won this year, and then in 2017. So I think their thinking is this guy maybe just had a bad luck this time. They may think FSU may have been going down the drain anyway, or it may have been a bad situation anyway, and he wasn't given the best shake. And he has a track record of doing his best job in his third or fourth year. He only got a year and a half at FSU.
Kobe, I would imagine that recruiting was really important for them because this is the third school now in this state. I don't know if there's another, like I can think of Schnellenberger at FAU and Butch doing FIU and but there aren't a lot of coaches that have been in two, much less three different schools in this state. And I would imagine that the folks at FAU were saying, okay, well, when it comes to recruiting, this guy's got his roots deep here all throughout Florida. This benefits us here at FAU.
And don't forget, he's a Florida native.
Yeah.
He was a big-time quarterback in high school before he went off to Western Kentucky. Big-time quarterback in high school in Florida. This is going to be his third job in the state, third job in Florida. That's going to go well with the recruits. He doesn't, and that's the great thing. He doesn't need to get familiar. He doesn't need to learn about a base he doesn't know. He's coming off a job. He was already in Florida earlier this year as of 2 months ago.
Right.
So if you're talking about the in-state stuff, you're getting a guy who he's been successful at the G5, knows recruiting this area, has recruited well in the past. He's very much the ideal candidate that FAU was looking for.
Kobe Price joining us, South Florida Sun Sentinel FAU beat writer. You can follow him on Twitter at Kobe_P, and it's the Kobe with a KHOBI, by the way. And Kobe, let me ask you, here's the one thing that I would be concerned about if I'm FAU, okay? I'm not exactly sure what his background is, but he has a little gypsy in him because he doesn't – yeah, no, seriously, dude. He leaves USF, and then he goes to Oregon, and he wastes no time and leaves Oregon to go to FSU, and he got fired at FSU. But this is a guy that clearly was trying to get to the top of the college football heap, and he thought Florida State was it, and he didn't really waste a lot of time staying in other places. What's to say that this is not going to be, again, he suffered a setback, but he wants to get back to the top, and he's just using FAU as a stepping stone, which, by the way, is what we all felt about Lane when he took over, that he suffered setbacks, and he was only here for a certain amount of time, and sure enough, he left for the Ole Miss job. Isn't this kind of, maybe repeating itself all over again?
I was going to say, everything you said kind of sounded like the Lane Kiffin trail. I will say, and he came out, they had a statement yesterday. I don't know how much people want to read into statements. You can read as much into it as you want to. But he had a statement coming out basically saying that he wants to be here for the long haul. He views it as a long-term job. He's committed, et cetera, committed for the long run. And if you want to make the Lane Kiffin comparison, I think it's a little different. I think that his Willie's ties, Taggart's ties are a little bit deeper to the Florida area.
True.
And we know that he was already at South Florida. I was hearing that he wanted to go back there. They found their guy. He's not going to go back to FSU. And I think this is a place that, whether it's 3, 4, his deal's for 5 years, I don't see him being gone in 1 or 2 years. I think he'll be here for at least 3, 4, 5 years. And very similarly to Kiffin, if he's here for 3, 4, 5 years, you're kind of thinking, being grateful for that, because big name, like I said, turnaround programs in the past, and maybe this is a job he does view as in the long term. This is something we'll talk about more at the press conference later today. Well, but I don't see him being gone in 1 or 2 seasons.
I'll tell you, listen, there's one thing I admire about the FAU athletic program, because they have tried, man. They have built their stadium. They have brought in some big names to coach their football team, and they've brought big names in to coach their basketball team. Several former NBA players have gone there to coach. They have, I mean, I can't credit the Owls enough how much they have tried to find that face to stick with that university, whether it's basketball or football. They do have one hell of a dedication to trying to find the right piece to try to lead some of their athletic programs.
And credit to Brian White, especially, and I think some people around FAU, fans more so, are kind of disappointed. You're saying you're going from Kiffin to Taggart, that feels like a fall off. But if we were going from Partridge to Taggart, people would be more excited. They'd be like, "Oh, this is a bigger deal." It doesn't feel as big of a deal for some people because it's Taggart. And yes, tremendous credit to Brian White and his staff and the overall program. They moved quickly on this.
Yeah.
You lose the coach on Saturday, and on Wednesday afternoon, Wednesday evening, you find a new guy who, very much the ideal candidate for what they were looking for. Their top candidate, more than likely.
Kobe Price joining us from the South Florida Sun-Sentinel. And Kobe, I know you wrote, I think it was yesterday, about Kevin Smith. We were talking about it on the show. Was he ever a consideration at all for the head coaching job? Because obviously Lane wasted no time bringing him to Ole Miss. And obviously he's done a great job coaching up the running backs. That group has been so impactful under his tutelage there at FAU. Was he ever in the mix?
I don't believe he was ever truly in the mix. I think it would be somewhat premature for him to become a head coach. He doesn't have too much experience. He was at UCF for a little bit, and then he's coming to FAU. I think it would be a little premature for him to be a head coach at this point. And I think it was kind of known that he was going to go with Kiffin. I think they might have had something agreed upon, and once Kiffin knew he was leaving, he was one of the guys. He's like, I got to bring this guy with me.
Yeah, no,
because he was one of his first hires.
Yeah, it looked like, reading your story, you just kind of can feel it through the story that Kevin was one of those guys that was really important to the program and important to Kiffin. So when I saw that was I found that very interesting. Here's the other thing I want to ask you, Kobe, get your thoughts on this. Now, we've talked about the gypsy that he is and all that stuff, and whether he's going to stay long-term or not, and we can debate all of that. But I will say this. I believe that FAU is going to get an extremely motivated Willie Taggart, because the FSU thing was such an embarrassment, and he has taken such a hit for his pride and everything else. Because like you were talking about, if you look at his body of work leading up to FSU, it was all trending in the right direction. It was all trending upward. Everything was looking good. This was the one time where it looked completely dysfunctional and out of whack, and it just didn't look good. So he's going to be super motivated to prove that what he did prior to FSU is the norm, and that what happened at FSU was the aberration, correct or incorrect? How do you feel?
Oh, no, absolutely. I think this is the case. Like I said, we can say this about Kiffin.
Yes.
Maybe not even call it a failure. If you want to go a little light, you can call it a learning lesson. He had a very upward trend towards success. So whether it was at Western Kentucky, turning around that program, whether it was at USF, turning them around, Oregon, turning them around. People overlook the Oregon part about it too. Oregon was looking rough the year before he came, and he turned that around quickly, and then he left, of course. And then at FSU, yeah, you had rough years. I'm still under the belief that it may have not looked as bad under another head coach. Maybe if Fisher stayed for another year, it would have looked better, but I think it still would have been on the downturn regardless. Yeah. And then you learn from that. People need to remember that the trajectory is not always going to be up. You have rough spots. You have a Nick Saban going to the Miami Dolphins and having a little tough time in there and going back to college. You have rough spots, and I think he's going to come in motivated. He's going to have lessons learned that he probably wouldn't have had if he didn't go to FSU. And he's going to inherit a roster that's proven to be a winner. He's going to have Chris Robinson at quarterback, proven to be an MVP caliber player, just named to all conference. He's going to get Kiki Leroy more than likely back next year. He's going to have a talented roster. I'm more curious about what he's going to do assistant-wise, because that matters to me almost more than anything else, just as much as recruits.
Oh, yeah. And that was my brother. That was going to be my follow-up question. What have you heard about assistants? What do you hear? Who's coming with him? That was going to be my next question. So what do you got for me on that end?
Still trying to figure out some things about the assistants. There's hope in the area, or there's hope in the air that he's going to keep Glenn Spencer on as the defensive coordinator because of the success that FAU has had this past season or this season on that side of the ball, especially after last year. There's hope that Glenn Spencer will stay on his staff or be on his staff for this upcoming year, and he'll just have to figure out his other pieces, his other assistants.
All right. So press conference today at 3:30, correct?
Correct.
All right. So Pepper Alley, what's going on? What do they got going on at the FAU campus? What are they going to do for Willie now? They're going to, because that's the one thing I give FAU credit. They and Lane was really good with social media and all of that. They did a nice job of stirring it up, the publicity. But Willie isn't going to be as front and center on social media like Lane is.
Yeah, no, they had FAU released a video. They released a package last night about Willie talking to the team. But I'm not sure that's something I'm looking forward to seeing. What kind of spectacle are they going to have for today? I'm really interested in seeing this all. Yeah. Haven't heard too much about what kind of spectacle they're going to provide. You know
that they went to some country store or some Western wear or see somebody that has a wagon and they're trying to borrow it for today for a prop, right? I mean, somebody's got to have a wagon that they borrowed from somewhere that they're going to bring it over to FAU, right? I mean, that has to be that, right?
Man, I mean, honestly, they get a wagon, and he can arrive to the press conference in the wagon and leave in the wagon. That's all I would need.
Oh, that's it.
All aboard the Willie wagon.
Oh, that would be fantastic, dude. Chaps, shooters, hat, everything, exactly. Spurs. Oh, that would be fantastic. The new sheriff is in town. I love it.
The new guy's in town.
That would be fantastic. Follow Kobe Price, man. If you love your FAU and you want to follow on what's going on with everything with the FAU football team, follow him like I do, Kobe_P, and catch his work there at the South Florida Sun-Sentinel. Kobe, thank you, my brother. Appreciate it. Second time this week. You're a regular.
Appreciate it. Thanks for having me on.
You got it, baby. Be good. There you go. Kobe Price, man. Good stuff there from the South Florida Sun-Sentinel. Good dude. And that's – I tell you, they have put names on in their on their basketball court. They have had from Jarvis to Walters to Green to – I mean, they have put all kinds of names as coaches or ex-NBA players that have gone there. And then football-wise – with Howard and with Lane Kiffin, and now you're doing the Willie Taggart stuff. They try, man. They are doing their darndest.
All of their wins, all of their success, they deserve it. They try, man.
Yeah, they work hard, man, at FAU. And they haven't been able to
turn over every
haven't
rock.
been able
The
to get over
coaches,
the hump.
dude.
But
When they brought in Howard Schnellenberger, remember that?
yeah.
It was like,
well, that's what started the program.
yeah, oh yeah, built
You know?
the stadium and all that.
Yeah.
I mean, lack of effort. You can't say that about FAU.
No,
man.
never. You can never say that about FAU. They try, man. And I hope it works out for them. I will say this. Willie is going to be a motivated dude. For sure. There's no doubt in my mind that he's going to be motivated. Because it was a disaster for him at FSU. They looked incompetent. They looked like they were unorganized. It was bad. It was a bad look for Willie. And you were hoping that it would get better the second year and they would look competent, right? And it looked just as bad and it did not get better. And I don't blame FSU for firing him. I wouldn't have fired him the first year, but I would have given him the second year to come back like they did. And to their credit, they made the move. And let me tell you something. I'm doing the same thing with Manny. I'm not firing him this year, but if the same crap happens next year and you're losing to the Dukes and the FIUs of the world and you have more talent than them, then, yeah, you have to fire Manny also next year. And if they don't want to, that's fine, but I'll be saying you got to fire him.
I think, like Kobe pointed out, though, Taggart is back in his wheelhouse. He was very successful at this level, and I think it should help him just get back on track where he was. You know what I mean?
And Florida State.
Florida State was you're talking about major, big-time college football, and maybe a little bit more than he needed to bite off,
I don't know, because he was at Oregon. He did all right. It just didn't work out for him. He had a bad but now we'll find out. We'll find out if he does well at FAU, then you're going to go, okay, that's why UCF and Western Kentucky and Oregon, everything went well, and FSU was an aberration. We'll find out now.
Another thing smart.
Time will answer all of this.
Another thing smart by FAU, think about this. Taggart is a name. He has been at two major programs.
Three.
And the
momentum,
momentum that Kiffin has, 2 10-win seasons in 3 years.
Yeah.
To grab the coach quick, this is recruiting season.
Yeah.
Really smart on FAU's part.
Yeah, but he also has to live up to it now. So if he's not winning the conference and he's not playing well and he's not taking advantage, then people are going to say, okay, this is the wrong guy. This guy just, I don't know. If he doesn't have success here, they're going to say he was lucky his first go-arounds. That's what they're going to say, because they're going to say, okay, well, look what's happening at FAU and FSU. And that he's going to be motivated, man. That's the one thing about him. He's going to be motivated to prove people wrong. That's the good thing for FAU. They win in that sense that they get a guy that is going to want to kick ass in a bad way. Yeah, dude, he's going to want to show people up, and he's going to want to stick it to people and say, you see, I'm a damn good coach. We'll find out. We will find out. All right, 786-322-1105. That's 786-322-1105 if you want to get in on the program as we take you, of course, till about 3 o'clock, actually. That's when we will wrap it up here on the program. At the top of the hour, we're going to talk to Michael Lee from The Athletic. I love talking to Michael. Talk a little NBA. We're going to talk a lot of Miami Heat with him. Yeah, I've got a couple things to ask, Kawhi back in Toronto and all that good stuff. And we've always got stuff to ask about in the NBA, Lakers, Mavericks. There's so many good storylines.
Man, this is number 1 in the West against number 2 in the East. We are number 2, bro.
Yeah, it's
this is major.
Yeah, this is sweet. And I want I want to get Michael's perspective because he's a national guy. And maybe I'm a blind-ass fan, and I'm getting too excited about the Heat. So
Blind-ass fan alert.
It happens.
Look out, everyone.
It happens.
We get to do it to the O? You're a blind-ass fan, O?
It could happen to me, bro. It's happened before. I mean, you can become a blind-ass. After year 1, I bought into Gase, and we were blind-ass fans for that. So it's possible. Maybe I'm a blind-ass fan. I'm buying too much into the Heat.
Only sip the Kool-Aid, buddy.
Right. So we got to talk to Mr. Michael Lee. That's how it is on Twitter. And we'll talk to Michael and we'll ask him, am I being a blind-ass? Am I being too positive about the Miami Heat? So we'll do that at 1. At 2:30, my buddy Pedro Gomez from ESPN is going to join us. I mean, we got the Angels spending a bunch of money. We got the Yankees spending a bunch of money, right? We got the baseball winter meetings going on right now. Pedro Gomez is as locked in as anybody out there. So we'll have some fun with Pedro. We'll talk a little baseball. We do it all on this show. MMA, boxing, hockey, soccer, and, of course, we do the regular sports. But all the other stuff, we're going to do it here on the show, man. Always. I got no problem. Marlins, too. Hell, we even talk Marlins on the show. This show will have more Marlins talk than I've had in years past, actually.
This is recorded, sir, by the way.
No, I will. I'm serious. I'm serious. I'm in charge now. So it's like I get to, they really don't want you to do much Marlins because it's not worth it on regular radio. But here, I don't care because here we can podcast it, and then the baseball fan then can hear it. The Marlin fan can hear it. And the people that aren't, they don't have to download it. And that's fine. That's the beauty of on demand.
I just hope that the Marlins give us something happy to talk about.
Yeah, that would be nice. That would be very nice. I've been dying for that myself. I really am. I'd love it. Flora's going to come by. She's going to bring around a doggy around 1:30. And maybe at 3 o'clock towards the end of the show, bring you a couple doggies so you guys can check out, which is always a beautiful thing. I got a bunch of other things that I want to get to. Like always, we got some football tonight. We got the stinking Jets taking on the Ravens. What a weird and odd matching, right? Like, and you know what's the worst part about all of this? You kind of want the Jets to win. Just to kind of bring down the Ravens a little bit?
Reality. Right? Reality, a smack of reality.
But there's no way you want to do that, right? Because I cannot root for the Jets or Gase.
I was just thinking about this.
I hope Lamar Jackson runs for 300 yards today.
You got to think that this is a lot of Davion Bell and Le'Veon Bell and the old Pittsburgh guy going against Baltimore, and that's where the thought of this matchup was back when they did the scheduling, right?
Yeah, or maybe I'm just expecting Sam Darnold to see a bunch of ghosts today is what's going to happen. That's really what's going to happen today. But like you'd like to root for the underdog in a game like this. Big bad Niners going up against the Bengals, and you go, oh, it's a terrible game. But I hope the Bengals give them but it's the Jets. So there's no way you can sit there going, oh, I'd love to see the underdog. No, dude. I want to see the Baltimore Ravens. I want to see Lamar Jackson throw for 10 touchdowns and run for 10. Score 20 touchdowns in a game. Something that's never been done.
Do they know? Is he even playing, considering this?
Yeah, he's playing. He's fine. Play. He said he's fine.
Okay.
He said he's fine. He said he got injured in the first quarter, and that he kept going, but he said that after a couple days of rest that he's fine and he's playing all good. Now, fantasy-wise, what if they're up by 20 or 30 in the third quarter?
I was just going to say.
Do they start resting him?
Yeah, for sure.
Because now you're headed down the stretch, and you're like, okay, well, we can throw RG3 in here. Those guys suck. We're up by 30. They're not going to catch up to us. Our defense is dominating them. They're kicking their ass. I don't know. I don't know what happens today. I don't know how they handle that.
I got to think, considering the dynamic and what you got on your plate down the road, playoffs, obviously more important. Man, if you get up by 4 touchdowns, you're sitting on the bench. Bro.
Yeah, but I got a problem with that, bro, because, I've got Lamar Jackson on a team that I've never even drafted or paid attention to, and we're in the playoffs, okay? We're in the semifinals.
And won a play.
Okay, we are one win away from the Super Bowl, okay? All right? So I need Lamar Jackson on the field all 4 quarters, rushing for 300 yards. That's another reason why I can't root for the underdog today, because I actually have Lamar Jackson, the guy that I don't believe can keep this up.
You didn't draft him. You didn't put him in the starting lineup.
Nope.
You didn't, even on his bye week, he was still in your starting lineup. That's how much you liked him.
Yeah. Yep. That is awesome. Those people in the league.
You know how bad of an example you are.
Now how demoralizing it is for everybody else.
Oh.
When I try, I'm in the Super Bowl or win it. When I don't try, I'm still in the playoffs. That's
But you know how many of our listeners are out there and racking their brains, going nuts all season? You didn't do nothing other than go, oh, yeah, I want that to be my team, and it's the Big O.
I got the magic, baby.
And that's it. And autopiloted everything. Did nothing.
The magic, baby. It's there. Let's see. Tonight is the Florida High School 6A State Championship in Daytona. My Pensacola Escambia High, home of Emmitt Smith, versus Miami Central, home of Dalvin Cook. Good luck to all the players. Nice job by you, Dougie Fresh, mentioning the 6A final. And, of course, I have to go against your Escambia because I've got to go anything Miami, bro. I've got to go with Miami Central. I mean, I would love for my T-Breads to be there, but that would never happen, although they had a decent football season this year, actually. Considering it's a T-Breads, had a decent season. All right. Okay, we are up against the hour here. We are going to have Mr. Michael Lee. We're going to talk a lot of NBA, but a lot of Miami Heat. I want to get into a lot of Miami Heat with Michael Lee. Get a national perspective, what he's seeing, because more and more people are getting on the Heat bandwagon and believing like we are. Hell, I didn't think they were going to be this good. Now I'm all over it.
Last night during the Toronto game, they were mentioned 3 different times, man.
Yeah. People are going crazy over them.
I should say we were mentioned 3 different times.
All right, let's talk about about Choice Mortgage Bank because, folks, we can get you into state rates right now under 3.5%. So please call Michael Kodsey right now. Take advantage, man. Don't let people give you the runaround. You'll have more money now to pay your bills, to take a vacation. Nobody works harder than Michael Kodsey and his staff, and they do it all. Wholesale, conventional, residential loans, condo loans, reverse mortgages, jumbo loans, FHA, VA loans. Experience it for yourself. I've experienced it many years ago. So many of our listeners have called. Tell them that Big O sent you, man. 561-441-2730. Call Michael Kodsey right now. 561-441-2730. That's his personal cell number. Michael Kodsey at Choice Mortgage Bank.
This is the Big O Show.
Plus tax, tech title. It includes $8.99 dealer fee on approved credit. Offers end 11/10/19.
Over 1,500 Toyotas are on the ground, and truckloads of new 2020 Toyotas just keep on coming. To eliminate all 2019 models, Toyota of Hollywood is holding the ultimate 2019 model year changeover event. Make us an offer, any offer, and you can buy a Toyota at up to 50% less than their original MSRP when new and used. 50% less. A pre-owned 2019 RAV4, not $30,000, $19,775. A pre-owned 2019 Camry LE, not $26,000, $17,775. A pre-owned 2019 Corolla LE, not $22,000, $12,775. Pay up to 50% less at Toyota of Hollywood, the #1 volume Toyota dealer, based on total retail sales of new Toyotas in the Southeast region for 2014 to 2018 per SCT, on 441 between Hollywood Boulevard and Sheridan Street. Open till midnight.
No one expects to get into a crash, but I expect you to go to accidentlawfirm.com if you do. Make sure when hiring a driver, you go through a rideshare app so that you can be covered by the insurance, which can be up to $1 million, whether you're a passenger or a driver. In other words, don't try to save a few bucks by paying cash instead of going through the app. I'm attorney Bobby Nunez from Nunez Law in Miami, and we're here to help you through the process. Go to accidentlawfirm.com for a free consultation from me, Bobby Nunez. That's accidentlawfirm.com.
Thinking about buying or refinancing a home? Act now. Home values are ticking up. Don't put off making a move any longer. Call Michael Kodsey now at Choice Mortgage Bank, 561-441-2730, while mortgage interest rates are still at historical lows. Call now to get pre-approved and buy your dream home. If you're currently paying over $800 a month for rent, call 561-441-2730 now before interest rates go up. Down payments as low as 3.5%. Veterans may qualify for no money down. If you own a home, but you're upside down, Michael Kodsey can help. If you're being denied by your bank or your loan process is taking too long, call 561-441-2730. Act now while fixed rates are still under 3.5%. Offices in Boca and Boynton Beach. Rates and terms subject to change daily without notice. Equal housing lender. NMLS 122081.
America's safest and best-selling compact luxury SUV is at Acura of Pembroke Pines, and this is how we do it. RDX, $339 a month at Acura of Pembroke Pines, the #1 volume Acura dealer.
This is the Big O Show. This is the Big O Show. This is the Big O Show.
Welcome back. It is time to talk a little basketball, and we love doing it, of course, with Michael Lee from The Athletic, NBA writer, and of course, insider. You can follow him on Twitter, like I and so many others do, at Mr. Michael Lee. Let's bring him aboard. Michael, good afternoon, my friend. How are you doing, buddy?
I'm doing well,
Well, Michael, you know, we have a term of endearment on this show. It's called a blind ass fan alert, and we play it, and we do it as a term of endearment for somebody that doesn't have a realistic approach of their team. You know, somebody that'll call me in August and say, oh, I don't care what the Dolphins did. I see 9 wins from this team. They're going to win 9. And we do this. We play this for them, right?
Blind ass fan alert. Look out, everyone. We've got a blind ass fan coming through.
All right, so Michael, I hear you laughing. All right, so, and I am guilty of being a blind ass fan. I think every sports fan in the world is always guilty of being a blind ass fan because at one point or another, you love your team so much, you're unrealistic about them. Well, this Heat season, I saw the Butler-led Heat team. I said, 7-8 seed. They'll get in the playoffs. They'll get bounced in the first round. I've seen this story before. Well, all of a sudden, I start seeing Nunn. I start seeing Hero. I start seeing Duncan Robinson, even Carlos Silva helping out. And now I'm drinking and guzzling Kool-Aid and saying, you know what? They're not a championship team, but they can scare the hell out of anybody in the Eastern Conference. Am I a blind-ass fan, Mr. Michael Lee?
No, but you left out the name, you know, that I was waiting to hear, and this Bam Adebayo.
Well, yes.
I mean, I think he's been the key, the difference. I mean, obviously Jimmy Butler's presence, having a superstar there, has elevated everybody. And that's the one thing that, you know, Pat Riley's been in search of, you know, ever since LeBron and, you know, left and Bosh had his injury, you know, Dwayne got older, but I think he wanted to have a superstar in the fold, and that you can see that the impact that it has on your franchise when you have a guy who can hit shots in the clutch, who just makes everybody better with just his infectious energy and just, you know, the fact that he draws so much attention. And I think that's what you're seeing with Jimmy Butler's presence. But Bam Adebayo has really helped elevate them to being a possible top 4 team in the East this year. I mean, the one thing that they benefit from as well is that their division is going to be weak, and they got 4 games each against the Wizards, the Hornets, and the Hawks. So those are some wins that they should probably rack up pretty easily. But they also have proven that they can play against the best of the best. So I think one thing that you could say is that the Heat has excelled in player development. and they've also established a culture that we talk about all the time. And guys, they have guys now who are embracing it and embody it.
Well, come on, let's just call it like we see it. We got rid of Whiteside, and Portland's got Whiteside, and now you see where Miami is and where Portland is, and that's all you need to know right there and then.
Well, they had to find a way to get, Bam more opportunity.
Yep.
And he's proven that he was worth that investment, in trading away Hassan Whiteside, who you just couldn't really count on, especially in today's modern game. I think the one thing that Bam brings is he's an essential, rim defender. He's an essential playmaker. He can, you can switch multiple positions, guard multiple positions. He is the ideal kind of big for this game, considering his skill set. And, having him on the floor more, I think it just makes the team that much better. So, yeah, I'm not going to, bounce on Hassan Whiteside any more than he probably already had dealt with when he was in Miami. But I just think that, Spoelstra sort of has a team and an element that sort of fit what the Heat want to do more than what they had.
And, Michael, everything's changed the way you look at the Heat, because I kind of said, the Jimmy Butler move is a nice move, but it really doesn't mean anything unless you get that other star. And they didn't have the cap room to do it because they still got a couple of bad contracts. And then the next stage was, well, is Bam or Winslow going to step up and become that guy that can be next to Jimmy? And guess what? It's happened. And Bam has become a guy that I think he's playing like an all-star right now, actually.
Absolutely.
And then you add the young guys around that can – remember, Michael, the last couple of years, Miami – they couldn't score with a fistful of dollars in a whorehouse. I mean, it was terrible.
Oh my God.
Yeah, no, it's true. Come on, you walk into the Bunny Ranch and you got your hands full of money, and nobody wanted to take it from you. Now, all these young guys, Bam and Jimmy, when you do get that cap room in another year, you're going to have stars lined up now. Now you'll have several guys that'll say, "Hell yeah, I'll join that group right there because I have the supporting cast, and now 2 stars in Bam and Jimmy." It changes everything now.
It does, but I don't even know if they're going to wait that long just to try to, if this team continues to prove itself, deem itself worthy of, being a top 4 seed, I wouldn't put it past Riley to make a move, to deadline and try to, upgrade the talent. Because they have a lot of guys who are playing well, but also are unproven and untested. And, you've seen, kind of the ups and downs of Kendrick Nunn, and you've seen, Tyler Herro's had his moments, and he's had, games where he had a donut recently. I think that, you see situations where young guys are going to be inconsistent, and they may have to eventually, get guys who are more reliable in those situations, and if the team proves itself worthy. But I think what they're showing now is what Jimmy Butler told me earlier this season. I had a chance to talk to him earlier this year, and he was just like, we got some dogs on this team, and they got some guys who are willing to compete and they're going to scrap. And that's always kind of been, the Heat's sort of identity. But now it's like, it's not just that they're competitive, they have some talent too. and that's really what separates you from being that kind of, overachieving team to being that team that can go out there and dominate, opposition. I think that example of just, they were down against the Hawks. Obviously not the Hawks are a quality team. They're a struggling team. But, you're down 6 with a minute left, and Trae Young is shouting it's over. And, and typically in that situation, point to the minute left, that's pretty good. You should be able to hold that lead. But the fact that he came back and forced overtime and then just ran him out the court, I think that just says a lot about just the feistiness of this group. And that's why they're a fun team to rally behind.
Michael Lee, of course, from The Athletic, joining us here, NBA writer. You can follow him on Twitter at Mr. Michael Lee. All right, so if they're not going to waste time, get me even more excited about this season, Michael. Who is that star out there that might be disgruntled, might be able to be had? Who's the guy that Miami could trade for? Give me a name. Get me even more excited about the 1920 season for the Miami Heat.
Oh man, I don't know. Now you put me in a position where I'm not really prepared. But I guess I would stay away from like a Kevin Love who has 3 years and $90 million on his contract after this year. But maybe there's a guy like say DeMar DeRozan, who could be if San Antonio continues to sort of underachieve and not really be a factor in the playoff picture. You add a veteran like him. Who's struggled in the playoffs, with the pressure, but you team him with a Jimmy Butler, you team him with a guy who, can close and can finish, but, you can rely on a vet like DeMar to carry you through those first 3 quarters or so. That could be the kind of move that they could make. It's not like, he's a really good player. He's an all-star, historically. He just hasn't really had, played on a team where there was a closer that could finish the job with him. He was often in that role and he couldn't really live up to it. But again, he does sort of fit the mentality of the Heat, and I think that he could be a piece that could provide post up presence and command double teams and kick out to the shooters that they have on their roster. But again, I think it would all depend on what they'd have to sacrifice. And you don't really want to disrupt too much the chemistry that you're building and talent you have in the fold, because I think that they got to be high on a guy like Tyler Herro and what you can see from him going forward. And I like the pieces that they're developing. But you can always improve. So I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there.
No, I'm with you. The only thing is I can't see them getting rid of Nunn, Herro, or Duncan, because the shooting is so important in this league.
Absolutely.
Yeah, man. And those guys, I mean, Duncan Robinson, my brother. Wow, that is.
Yeah, where are they finding these guys? That's the thing. You got 2 undrafted guys, starting and having big games, having big moments, and being guys that you rely on. That's what I think is most impressive. And you look at, Philadelphia got Josh Richardson in the Jimmy Butler trade. And that was another guy that, second round pick that the Heat, really groomed to be a really good player, and they were able to, move him to get a star. I think, there are certain teams, the Raptors, historically the Spurs, the Heat, that just have these sort of cultures in place where, you find young guys that a lot of people overlook, and, and you develop them and you give them opportunity, and they prove that they belong in this league, because this league is really all about opportunity. And I'm sure the guys are just waiting for the chance to play, and he's giving it to them.
And you know what? My theory on this, Michael, is I think that the teams that spend more time in development and pay attention more to their G League and create the environments in their G League that they have in the NBA, which is what Miami does, that when you play for Sioux Falls, you're playing for Miami. It's the same thing. You're going to learn the same things. They're going to teach you the same way. So when you make the transition, you're there. But because of kids in the one-and-dones, and there are so many failures in one-and-dones because those kids then go to Europe and then they go to minors and all that stuff, that I think more talent is falling through the cracks than ever now, because now kids are not hanging out for like you and I grew up with guys that would be coached by Denny Crum and John Thompson, all these guys for 3 to 4 years. So less guys fell through the cracks because we got to see them a lot longer. We get all these kids that are either one and done or not going. So many more guys are slipping through the cracks that if you know how to work it and work, look under every rock out there, you're going to find a Duncan Robinson. You're going to find a Kendrick Nunn. Why? Because I think now more than ever, even though technology's out there, we know less about these players than ever because of the one and dones.
Well, that too. I will say that, Nunn's a unique situation because I don't think that he was unknown. I think he slipped because of what he had done in school was well known. And now he's trying to, rehabilitate his life and move forward from that unfortunate incident. But I think overall your point is valid, because you look at a guy, say a Draymond Green or Malcolm Brogdon, these guys who went to school 4 years and, were able to be productive college players, but somehow slipped to the second round because no one they think that just because you stay in school that means you're a bad player. But actually, some guys stay in school to get better and then improve and get a degree. It's kind of a novel concept, but some guys actually want to go through and do that. And you can come to the NBA and you can be ready. You can be physically able to contribute right away because you're ready. And I think when you look at a one and done, a lot of times, those guys, it takes time because sometimes they dominate because they're physically more overpowering than everybody else. They get to the league and they can't do that anymore. And then sometimes, they're just not as skilled, and that sort of stuff just gets exposed, quickly. But I think that, there is something to be said about, going to school and getting better each year and coming out when you're ready as opposed to when everyone says you're ready.
Michael Lee joining us from The Athletic. Michael, how perfect was last night, man? The Canadian people are just great people overall. Those Toronto fans handled everything pretty much perfectly. They embraced the moment. I thought Under Armour was really smart, too, taking out the billboard and all of that.
I mean, New Balance. Yeah.
New Balance. I'm sorry. That was. I don't know. I don't know if you could have drawn up a more perfect night than last night.
Yeah, it was perfect because it was all about basketball too in the end. And that sort of fit what Kawhi is all about. He's sort of a no nonsense guy who's not going to be caught up in just too much of a spectacle. But I thought that the video tribute, the lights out with the spotlight on the rim and the recreation of his incredible Game 7 shot, just sort of it was just a really special moment. You don't see that very often where a team loses a player, but is so appreciative of his contributions that they just say, okay, we love you, even though you're not with us anymore. And I think that that's something that it's rare, and it's kind of disappointing when you think about the fact that a guy will give 7 or 8, however many years of his career to one team, and then all of a sudden say, okay, I can't win here, I got to go, and then all those years are flushed for the sake of the ending. That's all you remember, the fact that he left or he quit, and you don't get a chance to really have those kind of reunions that are like love affairs, and I think that that was sort of a good example of what can happen if you leave on good terms, if you don't deceive your fans, don't tell the people what you think they want to hear because you think they'll like you more. But I think the fact that Kawhi just said, I'm here to play basketball, I'm here to get something out of this, and maybe y'all can get some out of this too, and it was no nonsense. I think that's why it was such a good night, because there was never any BS surrounding Kawhi's situation there, and it ended perfectly.
It was magical. I got to say, the way it was really, really cool to see it, and appreciative. Those fans were really, really appreciative of what he was able to bring to them. I got to ask you one more thing before I let you go. I just get a feeling this Kyrie Irving thing is going to end again really odd in Brooklyn. Am I wrong here? What's your gut tell you?
It's not off to a good start. I think the fact that they have a winning record without him, and they were struggling with him, it doesn't set the stage for it to be a successful partnership. I mean, a lot depends on what happens when Kevin Durant comes back, and how healthy it's going to be. But it seems like it's not. The first impression isn't very good so far, especially with him being injured. But I don't know. He's going to have a lot to prove when he comes back from his injury, and I think that the fans in Boston are kind of anxiously waiting to see what he does too, because he didn't leave there on good terms. He obviously forced his way out of Cleveland, and he's home, so this is the place where he's supposed to make it happen. But it's really going to be up to him to see what he wants to make of it. It can't just be about talk. He's got to go out there and perform, and I guess the Nets fans are anxiously waiting to see him do it.
Is he conscious of what he looks like in public? Does he realize his shortcomings at all?
I'm sure he's aware of it. I'm sure he's completely aware of all the things that are said about him. Even if he doesn't read them, I'm sure he has people who tell him. So I know it's probably got him, a little depressed, a little down. I mean, he mentioned, how much his, grandfather's passing affected him last season. But I'm sure that combined with the fact that things kind of crumbled in Boston made it very hard for him. So I know he's aware of the pressures, and he's been living in a fishbowl since he was, basically a high school senior, and going to Duke, and we've watched him grow before our eyes. We've watched every stumble, we've watched every mistake, and we've seen all the successes. And it's a challenge to try to, stay, clean through all that. And I'm pretty sure that for him it's tough because he's under scrutiny from all angles, and it probably feels like it's unrelenting. And I think you've heard Adam Silver, speak about difficulties that players self and some of the struggles that they deal with, they encounter because of the pressure that come from this job. And I know Kyrie's no different.
Yeah, so far it has not gone well. Follow him on Twitter at Mr. Michael Lee, and more importantly, catch his exceptional work at The Athletic, covering the league on a daily basis. Michael, as always, man, you're always kind enough to take some time. We really appreciate it, and thank you for telling me that I'm not a blind-ass fan. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, no, he's actually a fun team to watch, so it's a good team to get behind, so enjoy.
Good stuff. All right, Michael, you be good out there. Thank you, my friend.
All right, thank you. Take care.
You got it. There you go, Mr. Michael Lee on Twitter. Make sure you follow him there. Excellent work, as always, getting it done there.
So, you're not a...
No, I'm not a cat. No, I'm not a cat. But we got plenty of them here. You can adopt at the Doral Animal Services here at 3599 Northwest 79th Avenue. Come on out here. But they won't growl like that at you. I guarantee you come out here and adopt a kitten or a cat, you will not hear that growl. Okay?
No.
No. They will love you. They will lick you. They will kiss you. They will want to hug you. They will thank you for taking them home, for saving their lives, because that's what you do when you adopt a pet here at Doral Animal Services. You will be saving a life. Isn't that a beautiful thing? I'm telling you. Every day I walk into my house and I see my doggies, and man, it's the best. It is the best. Although it's not fun when they're asking me, hey, why are the Panthers struggling? That's just, then I got to explain to my Chihuahua, like, why aren't they scoring? Or, well, it's a long conversation, I'm telling you.
Change the channel, put the Heat game on, make them happy.
Kind of one-sided, yeah. Kind of one-sided, the conversation, but, it does happen in the house. It does. All right, 786-322-1105. That's 786-322-1105. And the other thing that we get from the Michael Lee interview there is they're excited too on the periphery. Now, it's not just you, it's not just me getting excited about the Heat and building up our confidence and going, hey man, they can compete with some of these teams in the East. Maybe give them some trouble, be one of the top seeds. I mean, listen, when people mentioned, yeah, maybe this group can challenge for a 4th or 5th seed, I was like, come on, get the hell out of here. No way. And now, yeah, man, I was dead wrong. Yeah, they should be a 4 or 5 seed now, the way I look at that team playing. Not sure if it'll happen. I hope so. Hope they do better than that. I mean, they are right now. They're currently a little better than 4 or 5 now. I don't know if they can maintain it, but, man, it is as impressive as it gets what the Miami Heat are doing. And it's nice to see that people around the league are also starting to respect what they bring to the table. And those young guys should be so proud of all of this. You heard Michael Lee, like, where are they getting these guys? And they're following it so much. Now, Michael, that's his job. But he'll tell you, hey, no, this kid came up with an offer the other night. And you would only know that if you follow the team that Tyler went scoreless the other night.
I love the way he mentioned culture.
Yeah.
So many times.
Right, because it's kind of the discussion we had yesterday with the Hawks, that when Trae Young's like doing this, and it's like, dude, you play for the Hawks. Shut up. You've accomplished nothing. That entire franchise, its entire existence has accomplished nothing. Okay? Think about that. The Hawks, as an organization, from day one, nothing.
They got to an Eastern Conference Finals once upon a time.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Nothing. You've got to shut up when you play for the Hawks. Not just Trae Young. The Hawks. Shut up, dude. Because you're not San Antonio, and you're not Miami, and you don't have the rich history of the Celtics or the Lakers. You're not royalty, which is what the Celtics and the Lakers are in the NBA. They're NBA royalty. You're not Golden State. You've done nothing in this league. Wait till you do something. And that's why you'll hear people say culture, because one of the few places in all of pro sports, not just the NBA, all of pro sports, that has an established and known culture is the Heat.
And everybody understands. It's not just how we develop players, this, that. It's how those players come back and become coaches.
Right.
And they become head coaches of other teams and guys that go on to TV. And like
Juwan Howard's got one of the best basketball teams in the country right now.
You are part. The Heat is a family. If you're Heat ever, you're family, man. And it's special. And everybody around the league knows that.
And you're taught the right way on how to do things overall.
First
that's
class.
What happens.
First class.
Right. That's what happens all throughout that organization. Everything's first class. Everything. And people are taught the right way, and it's just a great organization. Just is.
Man, time is flying, bro.
Why? What? Oh, it's 1:30.
We're ready for another semi break. We'll call them semi breaks.
All
How's
right.
that?
Yes. Mini breaks that we are set up for. If you want to get in on the accidentlawfirm.com text line, we can answer your questions at 786-322-1105. Those of you that are watching on YouTube, you want to send in any questions, any comments, any insults, you can do that. We'll react to that. Also, we are here at Doral Animal Services. We'll be out here till about 3 o'clock. We got a lot of things to talk about. And we got to tell you about Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines, the finest dealership in the... There is no better Acura dealership in the world. None. I'm telling you, want to buy an Acura, there's only one place. There's only one great Acura dealership, and it can be found at 15601 Pines Boulevard, just off of I-75 in Pines. Lease features right now, 2020 models. The TLX is $259, the RDX $329, the MDX $369. You're going to love that sales staff, second to none. The selection of certified pre-owned vehicles are awesome, and the used cars too, because they've got record car sales every single year. Top 5 dealership in the country, number 1 in the Southeast United States. Find out for yourself. Tell them that Big O sent you. They will take care of you at 15601 Pines Boulevard, just off of I-75 in Pines. Finest dealership in the business. It's Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines.
No one expects to get into a crash, but I expect you to go to accidentlawfirm.com if you do. Make sure when hiring a driver, you go through a rideshare app so that you can be covered by the insurance, which can be up to $1 million, whether you're a passenger or a driver. In other words, don't try to save a few bucks by paying cash instead of going through the app. I'm attorney Bobby Nunez from Nunez Law in Miami, and we're here to help you through the process. Go to accidentlawfirm.com for a free consultation from me, Bobby Nunez. That's accidentlawfirm.com.
Thinking about buying or refinancing a home? Act now. Home values are ticking up. Don't put off making a move any longer. Call Michael Kodzie now at Choice Mortgage Bank, 561-441-2730, while mortgage interest rates are still at historical lows. Call now to get pre-approved and buy your dream home. If you're currently paying over $800 a month for rent, call 561-441-2730 now before interest rates go up. Down payments as low as 3.5%. Veterans may qualify for no money down. If you own a home, but you're upside down, Michael Kodzie can help. If you're being denied by your bank or your loan process is taking too long, call 561-441-2730. Act now while fixed rates are still under 3.5%. Offices in Boca and Boynton Beach. Rates and terms subject to change daily without notice. Equal housing lender. NMLS 122081.
No one expects to get into a crash, but I expect you to go to accidentlawfirm.com if you do. Make sure when hiring a driver, you go through a rideshare app so that you can be covered by the insurance, which can be up to $1 million whether you're a passenger or a driver. In other words, don't try to save a few bucks by paying cash instead of going through the app. I'm attorney Bobby Nunez from Nunez Law in Miami, and we're here to help you through the process. Go to accidentlawfirm.com for a free consultation from me, Bobby Nunez. That's accidentlawfirm.com.
This is the Big O Show. This is the Big O Show. This is the Big O Show.
Big O and Thelma. We are here at Doral Animal Services. Bill, I think we need to fix that. Look, Bill, right there, because they're focused on you and not on us. Anyway.
I'm getting up actually to get Flora in the shot, if you don't mind.
Oh, okay, I see, because you got yourself in the shot, and not even you. It's like your Depeche Mode shirt is what it is. Anyway, so we are going to have a little fun here. We're at Doral Animal Services, 3599 Northwest 79th Avenue. We're out here once a month. We love coming out here once a month because we love doggies and cats. And we want them all to have a beautiful and loving home. We give a beautiful and loving home to 4 doggies every single day. They are always with us. And today, we have already posted a video. We're going to post another one. But right now, Thelma is with me. And Thelma is a female Yorkshire Terrier. She is tan and gray, as you can see. And she is awesome. And she is so cool. And so she can be had here. And right now you are waiving, by the way, the adoption fees, Flora, through the end of the month. Wait a minute. Hold on a minute. Turn her mic on there. There we go. Go ahead.
We go. Okay. So through December 31st, we will be waiving the adoption fee for all dogs that are
4 months and
older. So yeah, come on down. Small, big, brown, black, mixed colors. We've got them all down here. More than 500 animals, cats and dogs, waiting for that home for the holidays. You know.
She's so cool. She's so calm. This is
just
awesome.
chilling.
I 2 of my dogs love to chill. So when I'm watching, like tonight, I'll be watching the Panthers, and one of them will be on my lap, and then the other one will hang out on my, either right next to me or want me to carry them or something like that while I'm watching the game. So that's the cool thing. They get to hang out with you.
They do. They get to hang out with you. My
And they
Luna,
love hanging out with you.
my Rottweiler Luna, right? So we'll be sitting there, we'll be watching the games and everything, and somebody gets fouled, and she'll just go barking at the TV set. I don't know what's up with her, you know? It's like she's like, what foul? She's funny.
Yeah, and if they hear another dog bark on TV, they react. If there's a knock on the door, my dogs start barking and running to the door. I mean, there's there's a is it Postmates or something? The one with what's the famous woman with the household and all that stuff, cooking and everything? What's her name? The one that went to jail. Martha Stewart.
Yes.
That commercial, Postmates.
Yeah.
There's a door every time the doorbell rings. I have to remember to either pause that commercial or forward through it.
Mute it or something.
Mute it, because the second the doorbell rings, the house goes, because I have 4 dogs at home.
Yeah.
And now let me ask you something. Your rot, is it like my maiden? She's 70 pounds, right? But she sees the little dogs hang out and climb on top of you. So she thinks she's a small dog.
Oh, yeah.
So she can just climb on top of you just like the small, same
Wants
thing.
to walk over my head, and I'm just like, wait a second.
But I see them do it.
Everything that the little one does, the big one wants to do too.
Oh, man, Maiden, and she is powerful, man. She's 70 and she's strong. Like one of those strong 70s.
Luna's getting there.
And
Luna's getting there.
She can move you, man. But she thinks she's a little dog. So she does everything and anything the little dogs want to do.
She wants to do it.
She wants to do it.
Anything you can do, I can do better.
Yes,
I can do
exactly.
anything better than you.
Yes. And then there are some times that I will let her just sit on my lap. Because
you
just
gotta. I mean, it's that love that they give you, and you know that they're just appreciating being there with you.
Yeah,
you don't
I know.
even have to be doing anything. They just want to be near you.
But they're crushing your thighs at the moment.
It's the price you pay for love.
Because it's like the little dogs will hang around you, and then the big dog will come and she'll lean on you, right? But it's this strong lean, and she's like,
it's the knock you over lean.
It's the knock you over. She's really just being loving, but she's like at the same time, you're like feeling her power. You're like, man, you're strong.
Yeah, they're strong.
We're feeding you well here in the house because you are strong.
Yep, and we've got many like them that are here at the center waiting for that home for the holidays. We're trying to get as many of our pets out to some homes so that they can spread some love and cheer for the holiday season. So we're just inviting everybody to come on down, whatever your preference. I'm sure we can find something for you.
Yeah.
Now
like
if
a big
you want
dog, medium dog, small dog,
absolutely
all kinds of dogs,
all kinds.
Older dogs, so that way you don't have to break them in. Because obviously, when you get the puppies, you got to break them in, and
Training.
But the older dogs, most of them that you have here, they're already house trained.
They're already house trained, so it's just a matter of adapting to your family's lifestyle and your schedule. And it takes them a day or two, but they're pretty much accustomed. Luna pretty much was, by the day 2, she was potty trained. She just, I crate trained her, and now I can leave her outside the crate, and she doesn't do anything that, she does a couple of things. If I leave shoes out, she'll bite them, But for the most part, she's doing pretty well.
My maiden got through that stage already. She was,
thank goodness,
she was tearing things up, man.
But they'll do that for the first couple of years. They'll do that. So Luna's almost a year old now, we think, right?
Oh,
right
okay,
around that
right.
age.
Yeah,
so she's still that chewing stuff, and
Mine was through 2 years.
Yeah, pretty much that's what I expect. I expect the first 2 years they're going to want to chew.
2 years. Now she's in her 3rd year, and she doesn't do it anymore.
She doesn't do it anymore.
The only thing my maiden will do is if you leave the bathroom door open. I don't know if it's embarrassing, but
she'll get into whatever's in there.
The toilet paper.
Yes. Yes.
She'll
Most dogs do.
She'll be spreading the toilet paper around all over the place.
So as much as you train your dogs, they train you. Keep the bathroom door closed.
Yeah, that's the one thing. She doesn't tear anything up anymore, at least. She doesn't break anything anymore. None of that. She understands already she can't do that anymore.
Right.
But the toilet paper, I can't get her away from.
She can't resist it.
I tell her no, and she still gets the damn toilet paper, and it's all over the place.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's the one thing that we say, okay, you got to close the bathroom doors. Everything else is safe except for the bathrooms.
Yeah.
That's it.
So let's talk about the holiday season.
Yes, we got the holiday season.
It's coming up. We've got New Year's coming up, and we've also got Dia de los Reyes, and we've got, New Year's Eve coming up, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's really important for you to know your dogs, right? Know your cats, because they sometimes also will have that fear of the noisy, the fireworks, and the, loud pops, etc. Or when you're having family come over or friends come over, the knocking of the door and the in and out of people. We need to make sure that we secure our dogs properly and our cats properly to make sure that they don't get out and you don't lose your pets. So the first thing we'll say is make sure that you have your tags and your collars.
Yes.
Right? If you're going to have people coming in and out, sometimes we bathe them, make them look all pretty, and we take off the collar with the tags, and then all of a sudden they get out. make sure that the moment you get them out of the bath and you have them dry enough, you put that collar back on, right?
Yes.
If you don't have a collar, hey, it's the best way to keep your dog from getting lost, you know?
Right.
Somebody finds your dog, they see the number right there, they call it, you've got your dog back, right? Or your cat. So make sure that they've got that information on there. The other thing you can do is microchip.
I have all my dogs microchipped.
Right. It's a very inexpensive. For about $15, you can have it done here at the center if you want to bring your pet in. So we provide that service for the community. And as long as you keep the information to that microchip up to date, make sure it's got the right phone number, right address. If you move, change it. Keep it up to date.
Definitely.
Then we'll be able to contact you if we find your pet, or if your pet is brought in to us. It'll be a short little turnaround, and you can get that pet back into your loving arms, right?
Oh.
The other thing I'll let you know is that
I never want to lose my pets.
Oh my God, I freak out. I like anxiety attack, panic.
It was
Can't
I
handle it.
don't even want to think about it. I don't want to think about it.
The other thing is that be conscious of the fact that, you know, when those fireworks start, they're going to get anxious.
Yes.
Right? So it happens to us sometimes, panic, anxiousness.
Go visit my guy Ryan at CBD Coconut Creek.
Yeah.
There's CBD products for the dogs and
They
cats.
do
too.
have those. You can
So-
also consult with your vet, and they may give you some medication if they feel that that's the appropriate thing to keep them calm. I would say give them a try of that medication before the day comes, so that you can see how they react. And if it's
CBD, more natural.
I do it for my swelling and joints as well. So you know it has many benefits.
It helps.
Has many benefits. It
Helps.
helps, and it's a natural way. Or you know they do sell the vests as well for your pets that keeps them like cuddled, and that tends to help calm them down as well.
Explain. I don't know anything about that.
So it's like a little vest that you put on them,
Right.
And the compression feeling actually helps them stay calm, because it's like you're holding them or they're in your arms.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, like you're cuddled next to them or something like that. It has the same effect.
It's funny
they
because
say.
I have two dogs that react, do nothing.
And the other two
are
go
freaking out.
crazy or start hiding or pee on themselves.
Those
or,
are the ones we have to CBD.
Yeah, exactly. So,
and they kind of mellow out.
Important thing is just to be aware that those loud noises and the knocking on the doors and all of the commotion that's going on in your life is going to impact them as well. So you want to make sure that you safeguard your pets, make sure they don't get lost, because we want to make sure that, you know, we keep our pet owners and their pets together after the holidays, right?
Can I mention one more thing? Because I experienced it myself, and you guys know
Sure.
that I am big on, you know, endorsing things that I did that I know that are going to work for you. Your veterinarians back there taking. Not only can you come here to adopt, but if you need to take care of your dog and cats, you guys do an awesome job over there.
Thank you. I'll let them know.
I brought Maiden. I brought Maiden to get her
I heard you
shots.
came in, right, to get her
I brought
shots.
Maiden to get her shots, and they were awesome. And I watched them not with just my dog, but with 3 other dogs that were there. And just kudos. Affordable and responsible and loving, because that's what you see with a lot of your people out here, is how they care for all these animals. Because when you watch them handle them, take care of them, I see it every moment when I'm here, because I'm in this glass room, and then I walk around and I see how they handle everything. So I just
I don't think you
kudos.
could work here if you didn't
Kudos.
have a love and affinity for the
Yes.
the animals that we.
But as
care
a
for
dog
here.
lover, I pay attention to those
Good.
things. You know
Good
what I mean?
stuff.
Because if I see somebody mistreating an animal, I lose my.
I lose it. I lose my I lose my everything. So you know, come on down, and you know what? Right now we're running this Pets Are Priceless promotion, right? Because we want to remind the community of that unconditional love and affection that you get from an animal. Remember that it not only gives you love, but it also helps you with your, physiologically, depression, with anxiety.
I believe you're going to live longer with a dog around.
They say that you do.
Well, I believe
you have better
will
heart
live
health.
longer.
Yeah.
For sure.
Like so much.
Look, when you get home, Flora, I know you say the same way I do.
Oh, yeah.
You could be dead tired, and maybe a second, your dogs get around you. Because that's what happens to me. And maybe, they leave for a moment, and then maybe the pissed off comes back a little bit from whatever happened, because it was so important today that something happened. But then they come right back again, and then you smile again, and it's just...
Well, they do. They put that smile on your face.
Dogs are
when you have them.
awesome.
So I know that your listeners hear us over and over again, but just remember that for the holidays, they don't want to be here either. So we're actually inviting anybody from the community that wants to come in and sign up to be a foster parent for the holidays. So give them a short reprieve, set an extra place next to your table.
And it gives you a shot at trying it out, too.
Also, if you're on the fence, you don't know if you want, you don't want, you can handle, you can't handle.
See how your
take them
child
for like
handles
a week.
it.
Right, yeah.
All those things.
So you foster them for the holidays, sign up. We have some information on our social media pages.
That's a great idea.
Come in for like an hour, 2-hour training, and then you can go ahead and we'll try and match you with one of our animals, and you can take them home for the holidays, just on a temporary basis, and then bring them back if you feel like it didn't work out, or keep them if you fall in love with them. And you know what? I think a lot of people are going to fall in love.
Of course. Come
on.
on.
You can't help it. You can't help it. Look at that cute little thing.
Look at this. You got Thelma here for a little while. Look, I've had her here for like 15 minutes with me, and she's been nice and calm and sweet. She's given me a couple kisses already because she appreciates that I'm holding her and giving her love and petting her the entire time. Thelma's out here, right, Thelma? Right? There you go. She wants to lick the mic and everything. Look at that. So come on out here, adopt Thelma and many other dogs and cats out here that need a loving home during the holidays. And remember, 4 months or older, they are waiving the adoption fees. Under 4 months, is it 85 or 89? What'd you tell me?
$85 for the puppies.
For the puppies. Come on. That's a joke. To the kind of smiles that you're going to bring. You know what kind of a parent you're going to bring what kind of parent you're going to be when you give that child a dog or a cat. They're going to love you already. You're going to be pretty good with them for at least the next month.
For at least. Something for you because it teaches them empathy, compassion, and of course it also teaches your children responsibility. So what better, gift for your entire family than the gift of unconditional love that we get from our pets. So come on down, find your soulmate, you find your new best friend at the Pet Adoption and Protection Center here in Doral.
3599 Northwest 79th Avenue, right off of 36th Street, Northwest 36th Street, and the Palmetto. You get off, you go west to 79th, hang a left, and you go down just a couple blocks. We're on the left side. It's a big, ginormous, beautiful, modern building. It is awesome. And once again, if you do have a pet and you're looking for a vet, come on out here at the Doral Animal Services. They've got a big, beautiful place. Thelma, thank you for joining us here. Appreciate it.
So let me just make sure that the public knows what to expect from our vets. The services that we offer here are limited. So we offer sterilizations, microchipping, vaccinations, and of course, unfortunately, if you do need to euthanize, we also offer euthanization services at low price or no price, depending on your income. If you do receive public benefits, bring your qualification letter with you, and you may actually qualify for free services in some of these categories. So, come on down. We offer a whole lot of things down here, and just get to know us. You can also come in and volunteer if you'd like. And there's a lot of different things that we can all work together with and partner so that we can make the lives of our animals and our community much better.
Yes, and I know that you guys are having, because I retweeted it, is it like a special for neutering and spading or something like that? I think.
Yes, so we do have it. It is online. We do have occasionally our commissioners will sponsor free spay and neuter days in their local communities to serve their residents. So go online, check it out. I know that we do have one coming up this weekend, and just check regularly. I'm sure we'll be in a community near you very soon if this one is a little bit far for you.
Yes, exactly. And you know what? When I find the tweet, I'm actually now on your Twitter page because I was looking at it on mine to see if I can find it. But I know on yours you have it here.
Yes, we do. Also on our Facebook page, and we'll also have it on our events page at miamidade.gov/animals. Just go to our events coming up, and you can find out all the places that will be, not only for the spay and neutering, but for adoptions.
Got it. Get your dog sprayed or neutered for free Sunday, December 15th at Cooper Park at 5751 Southwest 16th Street. You can call 311 to schedule your appointment. The space is limited, so you must make an appointment. The event is sponsored by the commission. So free spay and neuter event December 15th at 5751 Southwest 16th Street. How about that? There you go. I love it. All right.
All right.
We'll see you later, Flora.
Yeah, absolutely.
You'll bring another friend.
Yes, we'll bring another friend for everyone to meet.
You are awesome. Thank you,
All
Flora.
right, thank
Appreciate it.
you.
Doral Animal Services. We are out here. It is so cool to see a whole bunch of people out here. And I'm seeing them right now. A bunch of people that are probably waiting to adopt a doggy or a cat and make their homes a better place, man. I guarantee you that's what you will end up doing, is making it a much better place. All right, 786-322-1105 if you want to get in on the program. That's 786-322-1105 if you want to get in on the show. The other way to reach out to us is on the accidentlawfirm.com text. I mean, that's the accident. It's on Twitter at Big O Show and Instagram, Big O Radio Show. That's the other way that you want to get in. Update us on your ride. Did you get a new car yet? No, not yet. I have not gotten a new vehicle yet. Still working on all that. Still deciding on what I want to do for the vehicle. Which one do I want to get? A lot of decisions, actually. Tanking, or some call it rebuilding. During rebuild, you get rid of bad contracts. Don't spend until I have youth pillars that are worth building around. One guy sends on Twitter, I guess these are the people that are going back and forth with me on the whole tanking thing. Because since I put out the tweet 2 days ago with the rant that a lot of people were wrong, which I think if you were calling it tanking, you're wrong. That's all. It's pretty obvious they were building through youth. From day one, they were building through youth, not trying to scheme or scam or try to make it so they can lose. Now, speaking of scheming or scamming, let's get into a little bit of the Patriots and their cheating ways. Now, Bill Belichick was in his press conference yesterday, and Bill, if you can pull up the Bill Belichick soundbite, and Bill was pissed off with the media yesterday and the way that they were approaching the questioning. Now, I don't know if you guys got to see it, but on The Athletic, a story came out about the Spygate mess. And this is the second Spygate mess, right, that we've been involved in with the New England Patriots. And in this one, they were focused in on the sidelines for about 8 minutes. 8 minutes, dude. Okay, let me read the story for you, okay? This is Paul Denner Jr. from The Athletic. It says, imagine being a Bengals staff member sitting down to watch the game in the second row of the press box when somebody sits down in front of you during the first quarter, pulls out a video camera, and starts recording. You watch and see the viewfinder locked on the Cincinnati sideline and realize the videographer is connected to the New England Patriots wearing a Boston Bruins gear. This is what happened on Sunday in Cleveland, unbelievably considering the history of such offenses, which happened next to included Bengals executives getting involved, the NFL security, and eventually the video being confiscated and turned over to the league, which is currently reviewing the matter. And depending on who you talk to, there are different accounts of what happened that could be significant in determining intent. According to sources who have viewed the tape, it shows about 8 minutes of footage focusing on recording the Bengals sidelines. It's direct view of the sidelines as players run onto and off the field and coaches make signals for plays. This isn't an over-the-shoulder of the advanced scout who is doing his job stuff. This is shooting the sidelines for an extended period of time. The egregious nature of the video is what has set off the firestorm during the game, which the Bengals executives are in the press box. This account doesn't totally reflect the Patriots' side of the story. Belichick denied any involvement on EEI, and the Patriots issued an unofficial statement on Monday night admitting wrongdoing, but claiming the production crew for the documentary on the advanced scout didn't know the NFL policy. They sent a 3-person video crew credentialed by the host, Cleveland Browns, and the crew was there to shoot a feature on a scout working in the press box. That crew broke the league rules by filming the sidelines, was a mistake independent of their football operations, the Patriots said. Now, the story is about the Patriots, and there will be no shortage of takes on their intentions. From a Bengal perspective, while livid at the idea of potentially being subject to cheating, they prefer to go about dealing with their hundreds of other problems while playing out the 1-12 season. So it goes on to say and all that good stuff, and talks about Zach Taylor's response, which you all saw it. Here's Bill Belichick in the press conference yesterday being asked about said situation.
The football team, the football staff, and the coaching staff had nothing to do with what happened. Nothing. So we have no involvement in it.
You guys had a scout in the Cleveland press box. So was he aware of the rules that you can't film from the press box?
He was doing his job. That's what he was doing. He was doing his job.
Bill, have you heard from the league at all?
Yeah, I told you everything. Mr. Kraft made a statement. Team made a statement. That's all I need to add.
Have you reached out
Do not have anything to add.
Zach Taylor?
Do not have anything to add.
Do you have a sense of where the disconnect happened, where the production team...
I don't have anything to add to it. I don't know how many times I need to say that.
All right, so we now see that they're frustrated with all of this. Now, listen, dude, you brought this upon yourself. They're filming the sidelines. They're not filming the scout at all, none of that. Because it's supposed to be a film of over the shoulder and the scout doing his work and things like that. And you're filming the sidelines and players coming on and off the field and the signals that are being sent. And it's really convenient for you to say, well, we don't have nothing to do with that. But the second that tape walks into the building, somebody from football operations is going to ask for that tape. It may not be Bill Belichick. It's one of those things like the president had no knowledge of what went on, but it happened under your presidency, dude. So it doesn't matter. You know, that kind of stuff. Well, but, you know.
Are you talking about Ronald Reagan? And
anybody, any president. Any president. It doesn't matter, right? You use to absolve the person. Well, they didn't know anything about this, so you can't blame them. It's the people under them, but they did it on their own. He didn't know about it.
So that's
wink.
That's the Ali North? Is that what's
yes.
up?
Any of them, dude. It doesn't matter. Okay? Most of that stuff, because Bill Belichick knows it goes on. And Bill Belichick knows that they're trying to get an advantage in any way, shape, or form. Even against the Bengals, the 1-12 Bengals, you got to try to find an advantage to beat the 1-12. Look, man, the Patriots are a winning team, not because they cheat. Now, the cheating is obviously helping them because they wouldn't be doing it if it didn't help them. It's assisting them winning something, a play, a quarter, a game, a situation, whatever. Something. They have to be getting an edge. There is no way that you continue to film people and cheat in any way, shape, or form that you can if it didn't help you. And look, other teams are doing it. Now, I'm not saying that other teams are going to do it to the extreme of the Patriots, and I'm also going to say not as many teams are as bad as the Patriots. Because by now, if you're the Patriots, you may want to stop cheating because you kind of suck at it. I mean, you're constantly nobody else is getting caught. The Patriots are the one team. So either the rest of the league is really good at cheating and better than the Patriots, or the Patriots are really, really bad at cheating. And you got to love this one because you're not hiding somewhere filming. You're like, you did it like right out in public in front of everybody, which is kind of genius to make it so obvious that you would do it that way. But Belichick can get all the pissed off he wants about this. He's earned everything he gets now. He's earned every bit of criticism. He's earned every bit of doubt. There is no reason at all to believe Bill Belichick. None. Nobody in that organization has any credibility whatsoever. They are liars and they are cheaters. Yes, they are winners and they're champions and they've dominated the NFL for 20 years now. And they go to the Super Bowl all the time. All those things are facts. But you know what's also a fact? They're a bunch of cheaters. And they're a bunch of liars. And that's always going to be there with you. So you can say that you've won, and then everybody's going to say, yeah, but you're a bunch of cheaters and a bunch of liars too. So I don't know how much the cheating and the lying have helped, but clearly, if you keep doing it, it's because it must be paying off. There is no way that you constantly risk this embarrassment if it's not paying off. And if you're the league, I'm hoping that you come down on them to the point that they never do this again. Maybe multiple first-round picks and multiple second-round picks.
I was going to say, last time they took just one pick, right?
Yeah, no, now you need to take...
You got to step it up.
Yeah, now you got to do something to them that they, regret. Finally. Because they don't learn their lesson. Now, that's how this league does things. You'll hit a woman and they'll barely suspend you. You'll smoke weed and they'll knock you out for a year. You know what I mean? It's just weird. It's stupid. But these are moments where you have to say now that the integrity of the game has been compromised every time you have the Patriots involved. Think about that statement. Because that's the truth. You can never step into a game against the Patriots and feel that it was professionally handled from beginning to end. You have to think that the Patriots tried to cheat at some time in the weeks leading to the game, during the game, sometime in the game, I don't know, anytime, maybe while you're in the locker room, while you're having a meeting, whatever. That has to be in your mind. And everybody that visits them, they have to watch themselves, where they have conversations because they're worried about it all getting bugged, whatever. These guys will do every scumbag move that there is on the planet to get an edge. It's not good enough that you have a great coach and that you have the best quarterback in the business. It's not good enough to be good the right way. You have to then add more to it on top of all of that. And I was kind of like saying it tongue-in-cheek just a couple minutes ago that the Patriots are really bad at cheating and that's why they're getting busted. And the rest of the league must be pretty good at it because they're not getting busted. That's tongue-in-cheek. Let's be honest now. It looks to me like most of the league doesn't cheat. Because if people were cheating, they would get busted. The Astros got busted for cheating. Teams do get busted for cheating in other sports. Why is it that it's always the Patriots? That tells me that they're constantly cheating. all the time. In every game, they're cheating. This tells me that everybody else in the NFL must cheat every once in a while, because it must be something that they feel good about, that they're not going to get busted. But it tells me that the Patriots are extreme cheaters.
Standard operating procedure?
Yes. No doubt in my mind that the Patriots are cheating at every single thing that they do. Because there is no way that the Patriots would be having this kind of success and then having these kind of issues that it would continue. You know what I'm saying? It must pay off for them. It must be an advantage for them because they don't stop doing it. And the league has to, you know what you got to do now, right? You got to now go back to find out all the credentials that this film crew has asked for. How many times does it coincidentally, okay, cross over with a team that the Patriots are about to play in the next week, 2 or 3? No, we're doing a piece on this or that, and it happens to be against the team that you're about to face. Because notice how they did it. They did it through a Browns game to spy on the Bengals. You know, come on. That's everything about them is dirty. Everything about them is about cheating. There's really no other way to look at it. And that's why the NFL has got to come down in suspension for Bill Belichick, take away draft picks. I'm dead serious.
How about some salary cap space?
No, draft picks.
Well, if you take away salary cap space and you donate it to a charity.
I'll tell you why you can't do that, Bill.
Okay.
It's called the Players Association. Okay?
You're right. Yep.
That's their money, dude.
Yes.
You can't penalize the players for that. That's their money.
Correct.
So you can't do that. Now you want to fine Robert Kraft $10 million? Go for it. You understand?
Right. Okay.
Make his ass write a check.
Hit the pocket that is the cause.
Right. And that sucks. It's draft picks and suspend Bill Belichick.
Oh, yeah.
This is the way you got to go about it now. It must be a suspension of the coach. You must cut the snake's head off. And let me tell you something. You need to go to this extreme with these guys. You got to tell Bill Belichick, this is a suspension. If it happens again, you will be kicked out of the NFL and never allowed in the NFL Hall of Fame. You will not be. You will treat him like Pete Rose. After all, he is Pete Rose. Okay? Pete Rose, Bill Belichick, there's no difference. You're doing something that goes against the grain of complete professionalism. You are ruining the integrity of the game. You have to imagine now, like I said, they cheat every single moment that they get because there is no way you get busted this many times. And you're not, and what? You only did it those times?
Think about this.
Nobody's going to believe that.
Think about this. We have all marveled at the fact that the Patriots have been able to maintain this thing for this length of time with salary cap and all the adversities that tells you you'll have your time in the sun, but eventually
it runs out.
You're going to have to pay guys this and you're going to be capped. You're going to be capped hit.
Right.
Bottom line. Dude, they have not had that occur. And we've all marveled at how have they been able to maintain this.
There you go.
Maybe this cheating thing
and there you go.
Has been able to help and sustain
for sure
and facilitate
for
and
sure.
continue.
There's no way you do it this much.
Right?
There's no way you get.
Yeah.
If folks go steal something, You might get away with it and then never steal anything again for the next 15 years. Go steal something every day. Go speed every day. Speed just one time. Maybe you get busted. Maybe you don't. Speed every day, you'll get busted. Guaranteed. That's just the way it is. And you're not going to convince me of anything else that if it happens this much, then that means, dude, it's involved in everything that you do. In the draft, they're trying to cheat. In a game, they're trying to cheat. In a preseason, they're trying to cheat. In the offseason, they're trying to cheat. In free agency, they're trying to cheat. It doesn't matter.
It explains 20 years of success when the league is built for you not to have that.
Yeah, no, it explains why you get caught all the time. Because you're constantly putting yourself at risk.
I want you to know you blew past the hour mark.
Yes, well, that's kind of the idea. Anyway, let's take a break. We'll come back on the other side. We'll get your thoughts if you want to send them in on the YouTube there on the chat board. You can do that. You can also send them in on the accidentlawfirm.com text line. That's 786-322-1105. That's 786-322-1105 if you want to get in on the program. Let me tell you about Toyota of Hollywood. There is no better Hollywood dealership in the planet. Toyota dealership in the planet, and you can find it in Hollywood, just a couple blocks south of that big, beautiful guitar off the turnpike. And folks, they've got the ultimate model year changeover event going on right now at Toyota of Hollywood, 1841 North State Road 7. Get on down there, baby. Go see Steve Ostrov and all the great people out there. Herbie Lopez, they will take care of you. You can get special introductory savings on 2020 models, and tell them that Big O sent you. Experience it for yourself. The place is ginormous. I mean, they've got over 1,500 cars in stock. Then you can pick the car you want, the color you want, the model you want, the style you want, but more importantly, the price you want at Toyota of Hollywood.
No one expects to get into a crash, but I expect you to go to accidentlawfirm.com if you do. Make sure when hiring a driver, you go through a rideshare app so that you can be covered by the insurance, which can be up to $1 million, whether you're a passenger or a driver.
Okay.
In other words, don't try to save a few bucks by paying cash instead of going through the app. I'm attorney Bobby Nunez from Nunez Law in Miami, and we're here to help you through the process. Go to accidentlawfirm.com for a free consultation from me, Bobby Nunez. That's accidentlawfirm.com.
Thinking about buying or refinancing a home? Act now. Home values are ticking up. Don't put off making a move any longer. Call Michael Kodsey now at Choice Mortgage Bank, 561-441-2730, while mortgage interest rates are still at historical lows. Call now to get pre-approved and buy your dream home. If you're currently paying over $800 a month for rent, call 561-441-2730 now before interest rates go up. Down payments as low as 3.5%. Veterans may qualify for no money down. If you own a home, but you're upside down, Michael Kodsey can help. If you're being denied by your bank or your loan process is taking too long, call 561-441-2730. Act now while fixed rates are still under 3.5%. Offices in Boca and Boynton Beach. Rates and terms subject to change daily without notice. Equal housing lender. NMLS 122081.
Plus tax, tech title. It includes $8.99 dealer fee on approved credit offers and 11/10/19.
Over 1,500 Toyotas are on the ground, and truckloads of new 2020 Toyotas just keep on coming. To eliminate all 2019 models, Toyota of Hollywood is holding the ultimate 2019 model year changeover event. Make us an offer, any offer, and you can buy a Toyota at up to 50% less than their original MSRP when new and used.
50% less.
A pre-owned 2019 RAV4, not $30,000, $19,775. A pre-owned 2019 Camry LE, not $26,000, $17,775. A pre-owned 2019 Corolla LE, not $22,000, $12,775. Pay up to 50% less at Toyota of Hollywood, the #1 volume Toyota dealer, based on total retail sales of new Toyotas in the Southeast region for 2014 to 2018 per SET, on 441 between Hollywood Boulevard and Sheridan Street. Open till midnight.
This is the Big O Show. 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 This is the Big O Show.
Let's rock it out. Yes, sir. Coming to you live, baby, from the Doral Animal Services. We'll be out here till about 3 o'clock, so we're headed down the home stretch. My man Pedro Gomez is going to join us from ESPN.
We must apologize.
Why?
Because that was almost like a standard radio station's commercial.
Well, hey, man, you know, kind of balances out in 3 hours and something minutes
No, that's
of
the
talking.
first time in 3 months that we've had like a
I walked to the bathroom, folks, okay? So I had to go walk to the bathroom, which this place is huge. And, you know, I got to stretch my legs out a little bit. I've been talking. I think people can, I think they can forgive me if I took an extra couple minutes
It's just so
here.
out of the norm for us, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It just, you know, hey,
Yeah.
we apologize.
Yeah, I got it, but I got to do it. Let me see what Nico's got for me here. But if you think about it, other than Gilmore, who on that Patriots defense is all pro, they have a lot of, Hightower is a hell of a player, dude. And the safety, Chung, has always been a really, really good player overall. They have a lot of decent, good players, yet they're keeping their teams to 10 points per game. Now it makes sense. Yeah, bro, cheating has to be a major plus with their preparation. There's no doubt. You can't get busted this many times. You're the Lamar Odom of defenses. You keep screwing chicks behind Khloe Kardashian's back, and the media keeps catching you in the paparazzi room. Or you're at a club with 3 skanks, and they're, whatever, you're flirting with them and hanging with them. That's what it is. The Patriots are Lamar Odom and Khloe Kardashian in the cheating scandal. And it's like Lamar got busted again and got busted again and got busted again. It's, what's the other, what's her name? Kourtney Kardashian, right? She was married to Disick, right? And the Disick guy was always cheating on her. Right? And he kept getting busted and kept getting busted and kept getting busted, and she kept putting up with it. Same thing. This is what it is. The Patriots are like the dude that is married to a Kardashian. You ever notice that men with the Kardashians, they either end up on crack or have one? I mean, it's just crazy. Anyway, 786-322-1105. That's 786-322-1105. Why they would marry anybody in that family is beyond me. It'll drive you nuts. Clearly, it'll drive you nuts. Oh, man. But the Patriots, guaranteed, that's what they are, man. That's what they are. They're a bunch of stinking cheaters. And clearly, they need the cheating in order to win. And clearly, the cheating has been involved for 20 years. Okay? There's no way you keep doing it this much without it being an advantage. It's impossible. Think about it. If it didn't work for 20 years, are you going to keep doing it? And are you going to keep getting busted for all kinds of things? Here's what I'd like to know is, how many things have they gotten away with now? That's the other thing about the Patriots. They clearly have gotten away with a ton. All right? I mean a monster amount of stuff. If you get busted this much, then yeah, man. You are definitely a team that depends on this stuff in order to win. That's the way I got to look at it. That's what they've earned now. Well, they earned this a long time ago, but this has got to be kind of like the icing on the cake already at this point.
No, this is the evidence that seals the deal.
Yeah. I mean, but for many people, they already were there. You know what I mean?
The Bengals. Tell me how that. Seriously, are you that desperate and stupid?
Maybe that's how bad it is in New England, that he knows that it's over and it's ending and that they're not playing very well. And so we got to do whatever we can to get an edge, even on the Bengals. That is the embarrassing part. You're filming the Bengals. You got to get an advantage on the Bengals. It's got to be really dire for you to try. I mean, think about this. The Bengals are not the team that you really have to try. You should be able to easily outcoach them. You should be easily able to outplay. They are 1-12. You have won 10 games. I think the Patriots are 10-3, if I'm correct. And this team is 1-12. I think there's a little bit of a difference. And you have cheating. Now, you know what would be really funny? That the Bengals win against the Patriots because the Patriots got busted and didn't have their signals. Can you imagine that? Now, that would be funny. If somehow or another the Patriots lose to the Bengals, when do they play them? This week or next week? I don't even know.
Hold on one sec.
Look it up for me. That would be awesome. I mean, think about that. That would be the biggest indictment on their cheating scandal. Because you end up losing to a team that's 1-12 that you got busted trying to steal their signals. Oh, man. The optics on that, you can never live that down. It's impossible to live something like that down. That would be funny. The Dolphins play the Bengals next week. I would say it's this week or the last week.
Yes, they play.
No,
New
the
England,
last week they play the Dolphins.
Then they play us.
Right, so they
Week
play New
16.
England this week. Yeah, they have to because Miami plays.
Exactly.
Yeah, the next 2 weeks. New England.
December 15th. The following week, the 22nd, is us.
Right. Yeah, because Miami plays New England in the final one, and then
Then
Cincinnati
they get
the
to
one
play
before.
Cleveland again. Maybe the Patriots could see about future cheating thing.
Why not?
And oh, hey, we need to watch so-and-so. And
you
know what I mean?
I mean, that would be awesome if they lose to the Bengals. That would be the baddest look for the Patriots ever.
Oh, that would totally open up a can of worms.
No, that's it.
And
People would say that's it.
Everything
You didn't
you've
get to steal
done
the
is
signals.
because of cheating.
You lost.
It would totally undermine the whole franchise.
Yeah. Yeah.
I like the way you think, by the way. That's a great...
You lose to the Bengals, bro. Oh, my Lord. I'm telling you, you got to suspend this guy. Suspend them and take draft picks away. Take an entire draft from them. That's what they need. It's too many times. There's too many things going on with them. And it's really amazing how a team that constantly cheats to try to get some kind of an edge on their competition, they allegedly had a tight end that was just killing people on his off time. I mean, just some of the things that this franchise does. Nobody else does. It's ridiculous. It really is. What the hell is this? What did I see here? 10 retired players are accused of defrauding the league's health benefits plan with a false or phony claims worth $3.9 million. And Clint Portis is among several retired players charged over alleged health care fraud. Wow. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Wow. Billy Corbin, are you ready? You got another one of those broke movies coming up because you got a bunch of players. Or maybe you can call this one fraud instead of broke and talk about all the players committing fraud.
Oh?
Yes?
I hate to interrupt, but we're about
Pedro?
a minute or two away from Mr. Pedro Gomez.
All right, let's do that. Let's get Pedro Gomez on. We'll have a little fun with Pedro, and we'll get him on, and we'll talk about And we'll talk Yankees. We'll talk a little Angels. Obviously, there's a bunch of news going on in Major League Baseball. We'll get his thoughts on it. Pedro Gomez, MLB insider, next with us right here on The Big O Show.
Plus tax tech title. It includes $8.99 dealer fee on approved credit offers and 11/10/19.
Over 1,500 Toyotas are on the ground, and truckloads of new 2020 Toyotas just keep on coming. To eliminate all 2019 models, Toyota of Hollywood is holding the ultimate 2019 model year changeover event. Make us an offer, any offer, and you can buy a Toyota at up to 50% less than their original MSRP when new and used. 50% less. A pre-owned 2019 RAV4, not $30,000, $19,775. A pre-owned 2019 Camry LE, not $26,000, $17,775. A pre-owned 2019 Corolla LE, not $22,000, $12,775. Pay up to 50% less at Toyota of Hollywood, the #1 volume Toyota dealer, based on total retail sales of new Toyotas in the Southeast region for 2014 to 2018 per SCT, on 441 between Hollywood Boulevard and Sheridan Street. Open till midnight.
Thinking about buying or refinancing a home? Act now. Home values are ticking up. Don't put off making a move any longer. Call Michael Kodsey now at Choice Mortgage Bank, 561-441-2730, while mortgage interest rates are still at historical lows. Call now to get pre-approved and buy your dream home. If you're currently paying over $800 a month for rent, call 561-441-2730 now before interest rates go up. Down payments as low as 3.5%. Veterans may qualify for no money down. If you own a home, but you're upside down, Michael Kodsey can help. If you're being denied by your bank or your loan process is taking too long, call 561-441-2730. Act now while fixed rates are still under 3.5%. Offices in Boca and Boynton Beach. Rates and terms subject to change daily without notice. Equal housing lender. NMLS 122081.
Take this job and shove it. I ain't working here no more.
You know, obviously learned a lot about pitching from my teammates, from the pitching coaches and pitching staff. You know, learned a lot more about the game from AJ. And it was just a pleasure to play in the city of Houston. I mean, they're a good team, so, like, I don't want to say, like, oh, I'm, you know, so shocked that they could win 4 games, you know? But, yeah, I think both teams probably would have imagined that somebody would have been able to defend their home turf at least once. I said it earlier, I'm going to have some friends from this clubhouse probably for the rest of my life. So you just don't take situations like that for granted. And winning a lot is fun, so yes.
I'm in a New York state of mind.
All right. I'm always in a South Florida state of mind. And my man Pedro Gomez used to be in a South Florida state of mind. Now he uses the South Florida state of mind on the West Coast. Is that how you work it, Pedro? Is that how you work it?
Well, right now it's Westchester in the house.
Oh, nice.
Two prong.
Nice. Very good. Are you full-time here now?
No. I'm saying on the radio.
Okay. All right.
In the house.
Okay.
No. I've been in Phoenix 22 years.
Yeah,
I've been in Phoenix 22 years.
Yeah, that's what I figured. I figured, all right. Okay, good. All right, so you're out here. Man, we got to have un cafecito.
You would know.
We got to have un cafecito if you're out here, bro. Come on.
I know. I have to make them at home by myself, con la cafetera, y la espumita, the whole thing.
All right, so what'd you think of the Gerrit Cole move as he goes over to New York? I mean, it's the move that we were all talking about for the Yankees during the season, that they needed that arm. Is this the nail in the coffin to make them the contenders that they needed to be?
I mean, they're already contenders, and when you think that they came within 2 games of reaching the World Series, I like to think that Gerrit Cole is worth at least 2 games in any postseason series. So, yeah, this very well should push them to the top of the in terms of who everybody will believe will be in the World Series in 2020, I'd be shocked if anybody does not put the Yankees at the top of that list. And you know what? The biggest thing here, Orlandito, is that it's a huge contract, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't even put a minor dent in the Yankee budget. It really doesn't. That's how, when you think of their budget, this didn't even dent the budget.
Okay, so now let me ask you the flip side to all of this, and this goes for every sport. You can play in any city you want. That doesn't mean that you're wired to play in New York. Even Randy Johnson wasn't wired to play in New York. So this guy comes with all the hype, comes with all the talent. We know he's got the goods, but dude, he's played in Pittsburgh and he's played in Houston. He's never dealt with what New York brings. Is this guy ready for this? What's his mental makeup that you feel he will handle it, or you feel that maybe there might be some roadblocks?
No, I've talked to him. He is wired differently in the sense that New York will not mess with his mind. He is a very strong-minded person. That's the kind of person that usually succeeds in New York. I would be shocked if he has any hiccups because of the bright lights and the big stage. He's wired very, very strongly, and I don't think that's going to be an issue at all. It's kind of like Catfish Hunter. Look, Catfish Hunter played for the Kansas City A's, then he played for the Oakland A's, and the Yankees signed him, and it was like, whoa, this guy's made for New York. And if you remember, for those of us old enough,
right.
Catfish Hunter had zero issues with pitching in New York. He was a star, led them to World Series titles, I should say. This guy is wired where give me the ball, put me on the mound. I don't care who's at plate. I don't care at the plate. I don't care how bright the lights are. Well, let's go. And that should not be an issue.
Did you think Cashman was going to be this good? Because the run that he and that franchise have been on now, and I'm talking about lately, not the stuff that they've had before. I'm talking about all these draft picks, all these players, how the Yankees have kind of changed their ways. They don't really, depend on half their roster on free agency. They have developed most of their roster from within, and now they're using free agency to kind of augment it, add a little bit to it. It is, what Cashman's done has been so freaking impressive. You tell me.
Well, it's very reminiscent of the Yankee run, in the late 1990s, because that roster, Andy Pettitte, draft pick, Derek Jeter, draft pick, Jorge Posada, their own signing, Bernie Williams, their own signing, and then they augmented it. They supplemented it with free agency or trade. Like they make the trade with the Reds to get Paul O'Neill, but it was a trade that gave up value for value. They picked the right spots when it needed to be done. And to me, this is very, very reminiscent of that Yankee squad, which for the most part was homegrown. The core players were homegrown, and then you just supplemented it when you needed to with free agency. And I think that's what we're seeing right now with these Yankees.
How does Houston answer, my brother? Because they've answered with Verlander, they've answered with Greinke. Now you lose this guy, and they still have a damn good pitching staff, but they find a way to answer at some point. Maybe it won't be now. Maybe it'll be halfway through the season, so they don't have to pay half the salary or something. But you tell me, how in the world do the Astros answer? Because they have been what we would call the Midwest Yankees over the last couple of years.
Yeah, I think that the Astros are their head is in a different spot right now. They're worried about what Major League Baseball is going to come down on them with. And there's a lot of people in baseball right now, Orlando, who think that there are going to be some severe punishments coming down, the kind that usually put a team on its side, where I don't know that the Astros are going to be able to respond, even though they've got the players. If some of these penalties come down as harsh as they could, I think the Astros are going to have other things to worry about. rather than just competing on the field. And usually those kind of things just put your mind elsewhere as opposed to where it should be. I know the players are all professionals. They're going to say, no, it's not a distraction. And then, a couple of years later, they always say, of course it was a distraction. Right. It was a huge distraction. And I think the Astros are in different waters and different troubles because Major League Baseball is going to bring the hammer down on them.
All right, so bigger cheaters, Astros or Patriots?
Well, let's see what the evidence plays out here in the next few weeks with baseball and the Astros. And look, I know that the pushback is always, do you really think the Astros are the only team doing this? And the answer is no. It's an emphatic no. But the reality is that the evidence is stronger with the Astros, and they're the ones that are going to pay the penalty, even if other clubs have been doing things. It's just that the evidence is there. And for that reason, the Astros are going to be made an example of throughout baseball. And the penalties will probably be incredibly severe. And that is to send a message to everyone else in the game. Don't do this because look what will happen to you.
Yeah. Well, Pedro, I was on a rant now about the Patriots that I'm sure others cheat, but the fact that you're getting busted so much, that tells me that you must be cheating at every turn that you get and that you're now getting caught because you're trying to do it and trying to get an advantage in every way, shape, and form. And I think the NFL needs to also do exactly what you're hearing in baseball. I think they need to come hard on the Patriots in a big-time way because apparently this film, they had 8 minutes straight onto the sidelines of the Bengals. I mean, the fact that you're trying to get an advantage on the Bengals, that's pretty bad. But, I mean, the fact that you've got 8 minutes that you're focused on their sidelines, on their players coming on and off the field, filming the signals, all of that, that's disturbing, dude. It's just, and you did it like blatantly out in the open like that. You really need to come down hard on the Patriots, kind of like what's going to happen to the Astros. That's what I say.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting because here's the difference. The NFL is a much more owner-driven league than baseball. Baseball is not nearly as owner-driven as the NFL is. And you just take a look at any Sunday game. What do they always show? They always show the owner's box. Here's Jerry Jones. Here's Robert Kraft. Here's Stephen Roth. Here's whoever it is. They always, it's a very owner-driven league. Mm-hmm. So to that end, the owners have more power in the NFL than I think owners do in baseball. And, the Astros have made no friends in the game. That's why I think that you don't see a lot of people defending the Astros. And I think that for that reason that Major League Baseball is going to come down hard on the Astros. I think we've seen historically that the NFL, it's not quite the same.
All right, my brother. Big move by the Angels signing Rendon. I mean, he's a hell of a player, but
you still need pitching.
Yeah, exactly. They just kind of remind me of the Rangers back in the day when they loaded up on Gonzalez and A-Rod and all that, but they couldn't pitch. So what the hell are the Angels going to do about pitching? I know they can spend some money, but what are their options for arms?
I mean, free agent-wise, there's still guys like Dallas Keuchel, Young Ryu. Those guys are still available. But, the Angels last year had one pitcher reach 100 innings. One. And, look, I'm at the winter meetings right now in San Diego, and Joe Madden and I had a conversation 2 days ago about this. He goes, we've got to find pitching. It doesn't matter what our lineup looks like. It doesn't matter how great a player Mike Trout is. This is before they had signed Rendon. Now adding Rendon is a huge plus for them. But if you can't stop the other team from scoring, it doesn't matter how many runs you score because you're just not going to be able to do that on a nightly basis. Pitching never, ever takes the night off, so to speak. If you can pitch, you can win. And if you had one pitcher reach 100 innings last year, and it was just over 100, by the way. It wasn't like he was 180. It was just over 100. Yeah, it was just over 100. And, they had the tragic death of Tyler Skaggs in the middle of the season. they had other issues that definitely took their eye off the ball, so to speak. But they've got to be able to pitch, and if they can't, they're not. All Rendon did is make them maybe a third-place club because you've got to be able to pitch. And you look, I know that they're counting on Shohei Ohtani, and Ohtani looked brilliant pitching 2 years ago in his rookie year. But you never know how a guy is going to respond from Tommy John surgery. That's the reality. Not everybody responds the same. Certainly they hope he can, but you don't know that until the games start being played. So as much as Ohtani is a big piece, you just don't know at this point.
Yeah, and also, can he handle the wear and tear of playing offense and pitching? I mean, that's a lot, dude.
I mean, he's a young kid. He's 24, so I don't believe that's going to be as
But
much
we've
of
never
an issue.
seen this. But we've never seen this,
I know,
dog.
I know,
We've never seen anybody take on the
yeah.
physical wear and tear of all of that.
Yeah.
It's freakish.
That's a great unknown.
It's freakish, bro. And that's the thing. He hasn't proven that his body, he's not the cyborg that LeBron is. If you tell me LeBron is that guy trying to do that, I'm going to say, oh, man, I can't wait to see this. But so far, Ohtani hasn't shown me that he's a durable player. And so then
the human arm.
Right. And then we're asking him to be a great pitcher and be a great hitter. Man, that's a lot, dude. We're asking him to do something that nobody's been able to do in 100+ years in this game. I mean, how old is the game of baseball? 100 and what? Where are we? Like 130? Something like that?
No, we're at about 150.
150, okay. So in 150 years, nobody. I mean, Babe Ruth had to quit one to do the other. Okay? I mean, it's just crazy.
Wow.
Nobody.
I mean, look, he did it for a short spurt 2
Right.
years ago, but then, had the Tommy John injury. So, I think if he does it, it's great for the game.
Of course.
It is truly great for the game if he's able to do it. But you're right. He's got to be able to show it. It's not just about, hey, if he does this. Yeah, a lot of guys are if. He's got to do it in order to say, okay, this can be done. There are some players who are capable of handling this. And until he does it, we don't know. But he has shown.
Oh, yeah.
When he was on pitching 2 years ago, he was on.
Right.
He was legit. And he has shown that he can hit. He can handle the bat. So he is a special player, but now you got to see if you can put the two together and do it over a full season.
Yeah, because that would be so freakish, and that would be obviously the first guy to be able to do that in 150 years.
And
in
that's
this
great
game.
for the game if he does it. It's great.
Yeah.
Great.
We'll wrap it up with this. Pedro Gomez from ESPN. And, of course, you can follow him on Twitter like I and so many others do at Pedro Gomez ESPN. Pedro, when you look at the game now, dude, compared to what we grew up with, it reminds me a lot of football where we got cards out on the sidelines. We don't want our kids thinking the quarterback doesn't know all the plays anymore, doesn't know everything that everybody's doing. They're telling him what to do everything. Baseball now, our players aren't well-rounded anymore. There aren't guys that, like, you shift on Tony Gwynn or Lou Piniella, they would be laughing at you, and they would be laughing at your shift every time and hitting it in every gap that you would ever put out there. It's a different game. It's all strikeouts, all home runs. It's not the lovable game that I liked, that had more of the mind involved, and the manager was well more involved in changing things up. You tell me, do you like the direction that this game is in now compared to what it was?
Me personally, no. Because there is an art and a beauty to the game of baseball. And that has been stripped away to a degree because of the shift and because of metrics and all of these things. It has been that the art and the beauty are leaving the game, and that's not a good thing. So if you're asking me if I like it, absolutely not. But I think the ship is going in that direction, and I don't think it's going to turn around.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I mean, stealing bases is just like a lost art. It's just like running.
No, that's not even a part of the game. That's not a part of the game anymore.
I know. I mean, we had guys that used to steal 100 bases a year, bro. Come on, that was fun.
I know.
The St. Louis Cardinals back in the day, that was fun, man. It's a different game.
Yeah, and there is a beauty to the game when it's played that way. And I'll say this about the shift and all of these things. This is not the way the game was designed. The game was not designed to have your shortstop playing short, shallow right field, and five fielders on this side of the bag and only one on that side of the bag. It wasn't designed like this, but like I said, I don't think it's going to turn around. This is the next stage of the game, and as much as I don't like it, you don't like it, it's not going to turn around.
Crazy stuff. Pedro, as always, you're a stud, my brother. Thank you for taking some time. We really appreciate it, my friend. Really enjoy it.
About Park. I'll see you, brother.
You got it, baby. Un abrazo. There you go.
Un abrazo.
You got it. The great Pedro Gomez, man. Good stuff there. Talk a little baseball. Nothing wrong with that. We can talk baseball, too. We can
You know
have some
what?
fun.
You know what's something that most players can't do nowadays?
Bunt.
Thank you. It's absurd.
They're not intelligent players anymore. We took the intelligence out.
Guys can't throw. Some guys can't throw to first. The first baseman can't throw home.
Can you imagine Tony Gwynn coming to the plate and you shift on him? He would laugh at you.
Pete Rose.
He would laugh at you. Laugh at you.
You know,
because back in the day, you could not do that because you have too many guys that were they were great hitters, and they could, Lou Piniella could hit it to any side of the field he wanted to. You want right center or you want right? Where do you want it, manager? Where do you want me to hit it? What do you want me to do? We need to hit the right field. We got to drive the guy. No problem.
That's one thing that drives my dad nuts because, we watch the Yankees.
We grew up with a different era of baseball.
See all these guys between first and second, and the third baseman is playing shortstop. And my dad's like, lay a bunt down the third base line and get a hit. Get on base. And the guy's swinging away into the shift.
Because they can't. What? And they can't bunt. They can't bunt.
You see that so many times, though. There's an invitation. Just bunt it down the
You
third
can't hit
base
the opposite field. You
Oh.
can't bunt. They don't steal. It's such a boring game now. Okay? Baseball was already slow as it is. It was already kind of a game that it's on its own pace, whether you like it or not. But like what Pedro was saying, the beauty, the magic of the game, there's so much of it that's gone now, man, and it's just a different game. It's not fun to watch.
You can't slide in hard to second. You can't
fun to
run
watch,
into the
bro.
catcher at home plate.
It's not fun to watch, bro. It's just not fun to watch anymore.
And this new rule that if a pitcher comes into the game, he either has to end the inning or pitch to 3 batters minimum.
Oh, yeah. Now you're going to control what the manager
What?
is. Come on, man. It gets to a point where we're just changing the game. We've gotten to the point now that we changed the game that we knew. I mean, it's changed completely now. Baseball is just a totally different game. It's terrible. Really is.
And that's why so many sports are passing them in the by and by.
Yeah. Yeah. Everybody's passing them by. Soccer will. I keep telling people, 10 years from now, the MLS is the third sport in this country. Mark it down. All you want. 10 years from now, baseball will be so deep in the abyss. Baseball will be hockey. It will be niche. It's what it will be 10 years from now. That's the direction they're going in. Soccer will be mainstream. Forget about that. You can bank on it. Football, basketball, soccer. Period. Because think about it. Basketball and soccer already are the dominant sports of the world. Soccer 1, basketball 2. Done. There's no arguments. There's no discussions.
Look at Atlanta, brother.
In this country, we own football, so that's why it's the third one. But in the rest of the world, those 2 sports already dominate because basketball is it's the sport of the world next to soccer.
Yes.
They have embraced it. Doesn't matter where you go, Central, South America, Europe, everybody loves basketball.
Yeah,
Now.
they do. Yeah, I mean, bottom line.
Yeah.
You see it in the Olympics. You see the turnover of the teams. We've had South American teams. We've had European teams.
And if we don't take our elite, we get our asses kicked.
Yes, we do.
Because we're not that good anymore in that. Because we're not like the dominant force anymore unless we have our elite guy. We used to be able to send our second and third guys, and they would rout everybody. Not anymore. You can't anymore. You can't because Greece is playing, the Greek freak. You can't. You can't do it, bro.
You know what's a perfect...
Germany's got Doncic.
The perfect example
Is he
of
German? Right,
the
he is German,
up-and-coming
right?
switch to soccer. Atlanta, man.
Right? 70,000.
The MLS team is outdrawing the Hawks.
Well, I tell a story all the time.
Falcons.
2
It
years
doesn't
ago,
matter.
2 years ago, I go to the SEC Media Days, and the United is halfway through their season. That weekend, they have a game at home. I look at their attendance, and their attendance halfway through the year, it's a 32-game schedule. That means they've played 8 home games. Do the math.
Yeah, 32, 16 of them home, 16 away.
8 at home. 8 at home has outdrawn the Hawks for the entire season. That's 41-8. 41. Let me repeat that again. At halfway through the season, they had more attendance than the Hawks did the entire year. Okay? I know the Hawks were bad, but it doesn't matter. It's 41 games.
That's a 5-to-1 ratio, okay? And then you compound it. The stadium is what, 70,000?
60, 70, right around there is what
70,
they're in.
And the Hawks probably seat 25. So it's a one.
Not even, no, it's not even 25. It's like 20.
20. Okay.
But they don't even, obviously,
But
they're not getting that.
It's like a 2.5 to 1. So the 5-to-1 ratio,
Yeah.
it's like...
Yeah, you're getting like 8,000 a game, they're getting 50,000.
It isn't because of the size of the stadium. No.
It's just the fan base.
Bottom line,
and,
yes.
And everywhere all over the city was all united. I've never seen more soccer jerseys in a city than I did in Atlanta.
Dude, I've seen some of the games. It literally, you would think that's some game
It's
being
Europe.
from Europe.
Right.
Yes, exactly, with all the flags and everything.
Well,
it's
the
out of
city is like
control.
that. The city is like that. Like everybody's wearing a United jersey. The buses are draped with United logos. Like it's all United when they're going on. It's really an amazing thing because Atlanta's been known as a really terrible sports town. And all of a sudden they're like soccer fiends. Nobody expected
Are
soccer
they
to be-
kicking butt
Oh,
and
yeah,
taking
yeah.
names?
No, they won the title last year.
There you go.
So, yeah.
Are you going to win? You win, they will come.
Yes. John says, why were international teams able to send their best basketball players who played in their country's pro leagues, yet we were not allowed to send our pros back in the day? Well, dude, that happened in baseball and all that. But, those are old subjects now. Now, in today's world, if we don't send the best of our best, we don't win. That's it.
Oh, in that international
The
basketball format,
Yeah.
forget about it.
Yeah, that's our second and third level guys are no longer good enough to win the gold all the time anymore. Used to be like that, not anymore. Now everybody sends their pros, so everybody's even now. And baseball was like that for many years. We would send our kids, and the old Cuban guys were kicking our ass every single time. Why? Because the Cubans were sending pro guys. They were sending grown-ass men
the
to play against
adults
18-years.
against 18, 19-year-old kids.
Come on. It was just unfair, bro. It's ridiculous, Cuba winning all the time. That's why when Jim Abbott shut him down, it was one of the greatest moments of amateur history because you're talking about a kid with one arm shutting down the Cuban national team. It was such a badass day that Fidel gave the dude a standing ovation. Okay? Because the Cubans gave Jim Abbott a standing ovation. For those of you that are too young to know what the hell I'm talking about, go to YouTube. It's all there, bro. It's all there. Old porn stars, old baseball players, you can find it all there. I'm sorry, did I say that?
You got people looking up Jenna Jameson.
There you go. You remember that when Jim Abbott did that?
How about Sika?
Remember that?
How about Sika?
Remember that?
Yeah.
Remember when Jim Abbott shut down the Cuban national team?
I'll say this.
It was one of the greatest. That was one of the greatest athletic achievements I've ever seen in my life.
Truly. And obviously saw him firsthand being a Yankee fan. But, man, El Duque, to have 5 different pitches from 3 different arm angles.
Right, yeah.
And to throw them all the same look, same speed. I mean, we all lose for not have seen that guy in his prime. Because he was a beast when he got up here. And in a big game, he was an animal. The bigger the game, that guy came through. and we all lose for not having seen El Duque when he was a kid. Because that guy, I can't imagine. Oh,
Yep. John says, how about Russia? Babes for years. Yeah, those are the top cheaters in the world. Nobody cheats like Russia. Well,
it's all organized,
hey,
dude. The whole it's
by the way,
organized cheating.
Is Belichick half Russian? Anyway, we'll talk to you guys tomorrow on the program. We'll be live at Hialeah Park. Yes, we'll be out there from noon to 4. We do 4 hours nowadays. So noon to 4, we'll have all kinds of guests for you. Tomorrow we'll have a little fun. We'll pick some games. We'll have some interviews. Come on by, join us at the Veranda Bar and Cafe. We got all the chairs there. And
We
the,
got
and the
Andy
leather
Behrens
couches.
for your fantasy assistants and your playoff semis and championships.
Will Carroll will give you the injuries. So just in case you're wagering, you have an investment on a team over the weekend, or you're investing in fantasy, you got to know who's healthy, who's playing, and who's not. Playoffs are going on. Will Carroll, Andy Behrens, all kinds of good stuff tomorrow on the program. So we got all of that. We thank Flora and all the great people out here at Doral Animal Services. They always make it nice and easy for us out here to broadcast live.
This place is a state-of-the-art facility. Going back there, man, wow.
Yeah.
This place is like Walt Disney World for a doggy and cat.
Hey, by the way, NorCal sends me the text. Our Dolphin Club president for tomorrow is Scott Howell from the Atlanta Dolphin Club. Speaking of Atlanta, we were just talking about
awesome.
that. How about that? So we'll have a little football talk with him tomorrow. We'll ask him about that United domination that goes on over there, because you think about it, the United is already a better franchise than the Falcons.
Other than their one Super Bowl appearance, or I should say two, I forgot about the Dirty Birds. That's not hard to do, though, right?
Right. And by the way, United wanted the guy that built the United is our guy, McDonough.
See, I love stuff like that, because you remember our Panthers was the brain trust. My favorite first team, the New York Islanders,
right?
And it's like
Tory.
winning tradition, this, that. Bring them, plug them in, go with it, baby.
Yeah. Yeah, so we got a guy that, well, he's done it twice, and now this is his third team that he's building up in the MLS. So
we will be his third championship, different organization.
Well, let's see. He seems to be the Dave Dombrowski of the MLS. Put it that way. All right?
I love the way
we had
that
Dave
sounds.
Dombrowski
That's awesome.
in baseball. Now we've got the Dave Dombrowski of the MLS, basically, is what we're doing.
The only difference is Jorge Mas and that group will keep him. We will not lose.
Oh,
him.
yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Moss,
it would be a sustained success.
Yeah. Well, I got to tell you, the Marlins, they have no idea what's coming their way. I don't think they realize what's coming their way in the summers. No, seriously. They don't. And then with what Michelle told us yesterday, that you're going to have the other USL teams also in action. So you'll have 3 soccer teams and 3 different entities that will be challenging for the entertainment dollar. And I guarantee you this, that the USL team that the Miami FC will have will be really good, and the USL team that Moss will have will be really, really good. Those 2 USL teams will be challenging on each level for those titles. Okay? I mean, that doesn't mean a lot for some of you out there.
Soccer is about to dominate the landscape,
right,
man.
That's the thing. That doesn't mean a lot for you guys that don't like soccer, but for those of us that love soccer, and for those of you that are going to learn about it, you're going to grow big time now, because you're going to have all 3 levels. You're going to learn a lot about all 3 levels, and it's right in your backyard now. And here's the best part of it all. 2 awesome owners. I know Ricardo Silva personally. I've worked for the man. I've watched it firsthand. That guy does everything first class. And then I know Jorge Mas too. And I know what he's going to do. So that's the other thing, that we never really had the luck. All the guys that have owned the soccer clubs over the years have always fallen short. They didn't have enough money. They didn't have the right vision. They just didn't have a connection to the community. These 2 guys have already established all of those things. So that's where it changes. We thank all of you out there for tuning in, as always, and downloading our show in every way, shape, and form. We thank you for that.
Good show, O.
Thank you. Thanks to you, of course, and everybody else out there. Thank you for subscribing to our YouTube channel as we continue to grow. Wait a minute. Is Flora going to... Wait a minute. I think Flora's going to bring somebody else finally here. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. I don't know if we're wrapping it up or not. Let me see here. Wait a minute. Flora was supposed to bring somebody, but I didn't think so.
It doesn't look like, yeah, she's...
Okay, wait a minute. Oh, yeah, she's coming. All right, so we're going to have Flora here for a minute before we wrap it up here. And we're going to talk because she's got you got to open it for her there. She's got a new buddy that she's going to bring in. And remember, here at... Doral Animal Services, they are waiving the adoption fees, and for any dog that's 4 months or older, they are waiving the adoption fees. The dogs that are younger than 4 months, those are $85. But this is a great time, and I know Flora is bringing a new friend now that is going to be hanging out with us here for a couple minutes here. Flora, I've been telling the folks that it's only $85 for the adoption fee. And so who do you have here now? Who'd you bring that you're carrying now? There we go.
So this is Bella.
Bella. Get Bella in the shot there, Bill.
We have this for Bella. Okay. She's a 2-year-old terrier mix, was a stray.
She's cute, man.
We found her. So again, we go back to the whole microchipping issue, right?
Yes, come closer to the mic. So
microchipping, here we go,
yes.
Right? Okay, so there's a microchipping issue. Had Bella had her microchip in, she wouldn't be looking for a home right now because we'd be able to return her to her owner.
What a beautiful face.
She's right? She's got the cutest little face,
She's
nice
beautiful.
temperament. They say she's very sweet.
She's sweet. Look at
Just
that.
recently came in. She's about 40 pounds. Kind of your medium-sized dog, right?
Right.
And like we were saying earlier, she's 2 years old and she's been in somebody's home, so she's obviously going to be potty trained.
Okay.
Right? Or we hope so.
She's adorable, man.
And she's just kind of sweet, cute, quiet.
Right.
You know?
Only 2 years, too, so house trained, so you can come get Bella. No adoption fee through the end of this month. Give Bella a beautiful and loving home. I tell you, I tell you every month, I would take them home all with me.
I would. People say they're going to buy a mansion when they, a yacht, go travel the world when they win the lotto. I'm just going to buy a big farm over in Southwest Ranches and take all of the
I'm with you. I'm with you. The wife and I will join you, and we'll help you.
We can be neighbors.
We'll help you take care of them and give them some love because they look at Bella, man.
But pets.
I want to take her home already. You know what I mean? I do this every month, man. I love dogs, and
pets are priceless, and they're priceless because of all the love that they give you, that unconditional love. How they just kind of cheer you up all the time, and your life is you just have a better quality of life when you've got a pet around. At least that's what I think. My life is better because of my pets. So,
of course.
And I'd love for people to be able to try it out and see how they feel about having a pet in their home. They can do that this month by doing a temporary foster. So give Bella and some of her other friends a little reprieve from being in the shelter environment, because just like human beings go stir crazy when they get locked up, well, our pets being in a small kennel environment do tend to get a little bit stir crazy.
Yes.
And so we want to avoid any behavioral issues, etc. We do a great job here with our volunteers and our staff to make sure that they have some type of normalcy, getting out once a day at least, maybe some play groups and stuff if they have good temperaments. And we try and give them as much normalcy as we can, but it's just not enough.
No.
And especially for the holidays. I think the holidays
that
is a
human
special
connection.
time. So to be able to give them the ability to connect, you can also come back, and when you bring them back, because it is a temporary foster that we're asking you for, so if you bring them back to us, you can give us some feedback as to how they behaved and
Yeah.
what things we need to work on, and maybe, give us some things that we can give to the next person that's interested in someone like Bella, so that when Bella goes to somebody's home permanently with their forever family, they know what to expect, right? And what they have to work on, and the temperament of the dog, etc. But look at her; she's just so
So
sweet.
sweet, man. So
She's
sweet.
just the sweetest little thing,
Yeah.
And I don't know about you, but I like big dogs. Like I like something I can hold on.
Yeah.
cuddle
I
with
got
and
that's why I have one big one. We have 3 small ones, but we have one big one. And that was the other thing too that I wanted this second go around, because I've always had one dog, but this time I told my wife we got to get 2. We ended up with 4. But I didn't want them alone either. So because of the cage thing you were saying,
Right.
Not cage, but I didn't want my one dog roaming around the house all by itself all day.
Right.
When we happen to not be there, I wanted another dog. Now it's 4. Now they're really all.
now they
it's-
play all day.
Now they play all day. Now they have fun all day, which is great.
Yes.
Great. I love it. I'd rather them be having fun with each other than moping around all by itself, waiting for the owner, somebody to come by. And you wonder if they're thinking like, wow, did they leave me? And then, so you just kind of feel bad, because the one thing you will learn when you get a dog and you have an animal, especially I would say dogs over cats, the feelings. They have emotions, man. They sense everything. They're even
more
sense
expressive.
Yes, they are, and they even sense in you too. If you're down and you're depressed, they will sense that to you. In you.
There was
and
actually
bring it
a
out.
Mayo Clinic research study that they did about that, and their findings were that dogs, more so than any other animal, do react to your emotions and your feelings.
I've seen it firsthand.
Yeah. So and I can
Anybody
tell
owns
you,
a dog.
We've lived it, right?
Anybody owns a dog,
Yeah.
you've seen it, you've watched it. Dogs are they are your best friend.
They are. They're my soulmates.
Yeah. No doubt about it.
Super, super sweet. But
No doubt.
so Bella right now is available for adoption.
Okay.
We're waiting that. So just to educate everybody, when we find a stray in the street,
Okay.
we usually hold them for 3 days. We'll put them on the floor, but with an available date that is post-dated 3 days from the day that they came in, 3 or 4 days, depending on the age of the dog. And you can put an adoption hold on the pet, right? If you're the first one that sees them and you come in and you say, no, that's the one I want to adopt. And we let you know. Still a couple days for the owner to come in. So those 3 days are for that.
Right.
To give the owner a period of time when they can come in, identify and find their dog and take them back home. But if after those 3 days they don't come in, then we'll go ahead and we'll do the surgery and we'll let the dog go home. Sometimes they'll be available to adopt to foster, which means that you take them home with the intention, fostering temporarily until we see that if the owner
Right.
comes or not, right?
Right.
With the intention of adopting them if they do become available. So there's different ways that you can do it, right?
Right.
But at the end of the day, you end up with a lovely new best friend, and there's nothing more priceless than the love, the unconditional love that you
Amen.
get from your pets. So, come on in and spread some love and some cheer. And, we may not change the world, but for this dog,
But you change his life.
the world will be internally changed, right?
No doubt. And your life
Yeah.
will change too. And remember, folks, it's the holiday season. This is a great present for somebody you love in your house. Improve your house. And the kids will love a little doggy, a little cat. So come on out here to Doral Animal Services, 3599 Northwest 79th Avenue here in Doral, right off of 36th Street and the Palmetto. We're right there. Adopt Miami Pets on Twitter. So follow them there and support. It's a big, beautiful facility. And again, they've got great veterinarians, also a whole place dedicated there. So if you have an animal and you're looking for a vet that cares, that will take care of your animal, bring your pet over here and get their shots and get them neutered and all that good stuff. All right?
All right. Thank you so much.
Flora, you
And,
are
we'll see you
awesome.
next month.
Yes.
Happy
next month.
holidays, everybody.
That's
Enjoy.
right.
I hope
Thank
you have a great one.
Thank you, Flora.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Flora.
All right, let's wrap it up here on the program. We thank Kobe Price from the South Florida Sun Sentinel, Michael Lee from The Athletic, Pedro Gomez from ESPN. We thank all of you out there for tuning in and, of
You
course,
guys are
downloading.
awesome.
Thank you. Thank you for downloading. Spread the word. We love you for it, Bill. Excellent work by you. John Cassio also getting it done. We
Good
can't
work
do it.
by you, as always, brother.
We're along for the ride. You guys are carrying me, and we appreciate it. We'll see you tomorrow.
I don't know about that.
Hialeah Park, baby. Noon to 4. Come on out. Second floor poker room. We'll see you out there. You be good.